Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Powerful Smash Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The dream didn't begin with a monster. It began with silence. A heavy, oppressive silence that filled Izuku's lungs and made his chest ache. He was standing in the ruins of a city, dust and sand coating his tongue. The sky was a livid, nauseating purple, and the air smelled of ozone and regret. Then a sound. The thud of a boot on rubble. Izuku turned, his body already screaming in protest, a phantom pain shooting through his limbs. Shigaraki was there, less than 20 feet away. He wasn't frantic or manic. He was calm, a predator who knew the hunt was over. His pale hair was stark white against the gloom, and a slow, cracked smile stretched his lips. "There you are, hero," Shigaraki croaked, his voice like a grinding stone. Izuku tried to activate One for All. He searched for the familiar, crackling power, the comforting hum of previous users. There was nothing. Only a void, an empty void, where the greatest power in the world should have been. A cold, sharp panic pierced him. "Is this what you're looking for?" Shigaraki flexed his fingers, a faint, malevolent red glow flickering around his hand. "He's tired of you. Tired of holding a weak, crying child." Before Izuku could form a word, Shigaraki was upon him. It wasn't a fight. It was a dissection. A brutal, one-sided deconstruction of everything Izuku was. A fist, unnaturally strong even without a quirk, slammed into his abdomen, knocking the air from his lungs. He collapsed, and a kick sent him skidding across the broken concrete. The pain was searing, white-hot, and absolute. He felt his ribs crack, felt the sickening, wet heat of blood blooming on his lips. Pathetic. The voice wasn't Shigaraki's. It was inside his head, calm, cold, and absolutely certain. Shigaraki loomed over him, planting a boot on his chest, pinning him down. The pressure was immense, it took his breath away. "See? This is all you are. A punching bag. You think having power makes you worthy of it? You're just borrowing clothes that are too big for you." He leaned over, his face inches from Izuku's. The stench of decay and dust filled Izuku's senses. "You can't save anyone. You couldn't save Sir Night-Eye. You couldn't save Bakugo when he was kidnapped. You can't even save yourself." Every word was a physical blow. The world began to fluctuate, the edges of his vision tinged red. Blood was everywhere. It soaked the rubble beneath him, dripped from his chin, stained the front of his ruined costume. Its bulk was terrifying, a visceral depiction of his failure. Useless. The voice was louder now, a venomous whisper curling into his thoughts. He tried to push Shigaraki away, his arms shaking with a weakness that penetrated his bones. His fingers scraped uselessly against the villain's boot. "Stop fighting," Shigaraki chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "It's embarrassing to watch." He raised his hand, the one that could reduce a man to dust with a touch, and placed it on Izuku's face. "All this fighting, all this pain. For what? To die here, bloody and broken, proving what everyone knew all along." Izuku's eyes widened in terror, staring at the 5 fingers of death poised to obliterate him. He couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He could only lie there, drowning in his own blood and failure. Worthless. The inner voice was now a roar, drowning out everything else. It was the voice of every bully, every doubter, every cynical sneer he'd ever encountered. It was the voice of the part of him that had curled up in a tunnel and asked all might if he could be a hero without a quirk. Useless. Pathetic. Worthless. The name, his childhood torment, was the final blow. Shigaraki's smile widened into a terrifying grin. The hand began to descend. The world dissolved into a crimson haze and the deafening, screaming certainty of his inadequacy. Izuku awoke with a scream that had no sound, a strangled, suffocating gasp that tore at his throat. He shot up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird struggling to break free. The sheets were twisted around his legs, a cage of his own making. His eyes darted around the room, frantic and wild. He saw shadows in the corners, the monstrous shape of his desk chair, the glint of the moon on his all-might-like form. He was searching, his breathing coming in irregular, shallow bursts. Shigaraki. Where was he? He wasn't there. He couldn't be there. But the voice was. He clutched his head, his knuckles white. He was shaking, a violent, uncontrollable tremor that racked his entire body. He tried to do the breathing exercises Recovery Girl had taught him. In for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. But he couldn't breathe. His lungs burned, his vision filled with black spots. Panic was physical, a crushing weight on his chest, suffocating him. He had to get out. Staggering out of bed, his legs unsteady, he moved like an automaton. He didn't bother with his shoes. The cold floor was a distant, meaningless sensation. With unnatural speed, he opened his desk drawer and pulled out the letters, one for each classmate and teacher, for his mother, and for All Might. The dormitory corridors were dark and silent, a ghost of the bustling space it had been during the day. He passed Kirishima's door, Todoroki's, Ida's. Each reminded him of the people Shigaraki had threatened, the people the voice had told him he would fail. The stairwell to the roof was off-limits, the door locked. But a glimmer of one for all, faint and uncontrolled, was enough to blow the lock. The cold night air hit him like a physical blow as he climbed onto the roof. The city spread out below him, a sea of glittering lights that seemed a million miles away. The wind whipped his thin pajamas, an eerie sound that echoed the emptiness inside him. He walked to the edge, his bare feet dusty on the concrete lip. It would be so easy. One step. The end of the nightmares. The end of the pain. The end of the voice. The end of the burden he'd placed on everyone he loved. The voice was clearer now, almost reassuring. This is the only way. You can finally stop hurting everyone. He climbed onto the railing. The wind blew his hair back, making him shiver violently. He looked up at the stars, his eyes fixed on them. I wish I were up there with them, he thought. If I jump, no one will miss me, right? Aizawa Shota hated his job. He hated it so much, they didn't pay him enough to have to look after idiotic and stubborn children who did nothing but mess around. So when the man in question received an alarm from the roof of the Height Alliance of a smart student doing who knows what the F on the roof, he huffed. I swear they are those 2 problem children who fight, I'll expel them. The 2 children in question were Bakugo and Midoriya, who did nothing but fight from morning to night. What the F is wrong with children? Can't they just sleep and be quiet for one FNG night? He stood up with a sigh of frustration and headed out of his dorm. He thought back to where the alarm came from and a feeling of uneasiness rose in his stomach. The roof. The alarm came from the roof of the Class 1, a Heights Alliance. He walked briskly towards the roof, huffing every 5 seconds. What the F is a problem child doing on the roof at 3 in the morning? He thought in frustration. He needed at least 50 coffees. Really, can't they stay quiet for one night? Not one? Jesus Christ, these kids are going to give him gray hair. The black-haired man reached the roof and swung the door open with such force that he wouldn't have been surprised if the door had come off. He looked ahead and... no, this was definitely not what he expected to find there. Problem child. The voice was low, tired, and painfully familiar. Izuku flinched, slowly turning his head. Shota Aizawa stood near the stairwell door, his capture weapon hanging loosely around his neck, his posture deceptively relaxed. His eyes, however, were wide and piercing, fixed on Izuku with an intensity that pierced the haze. Get down from there, Midoriya, Aizawa said, his voice low, betraying the terror that was surely gripping him. Izuku shook his head, a single, devastating tear tracing a path through the dirt on his cheek. I can't, he whispered, his voice hoarse. He was right. I'm pathetic. It's not true, and you know it. Aizawa took a slow, determined step forward. Whatever happened, whatever you're thinking, this isn't the solution. Talk to me. It hurts, Izuku said in a strangled voice, looking back at the dizzying drop. The lights dimmed. It won't stop hurting. The voice. It won't stop. He looked at his teacher, his eyes sunken, old with pain no teenager should ever know. I'm sorry, sensei. I'm so sorry. For what, Izuku? Get down from there, kid, take my hand, come on, Eraser insisted, stretching out his hand, but Izuku interrupted him, raising a hand. Shota stopped. What? Take another step and I'll jump, Izuku signaled below him. He wasn't kidding and Aizawa knew it. He remained there, still, not daring to move. Izuku, this can be fixed, get down from there now. I can't be fixed. The boy's voice rose abruptly, new tears starting to fall from his eyes. He hated it, he hated crying so much, but he couldn't stop. No, it can't be fixed. I want to die, sensei. I want it all to end. He was sobbing, his chest heaving unevenly, hot, salty tears streaming down his cheeks. He was crying uncontrollably. Eraser, his hands still stretched, slowly withdrew. Izuku, you know very well that you're strong, that you're not pathetic, and that this isn't the solution. Shota didn't stop. He wasn't going to let his problem child fall. Hesitantly, he moved a foot, inching a few inches closer to Izuku, his hand finding a piece of his capture weapon, ready to grab Izuku. Izuku, get down of there now. Izuku shook his head once more, refusing to listen. I don't want sensei, let me die. He turned and stared down. I'm sorry, sensei. I'm so sorry. Midoriya. No. And Izuku fell. Izuku felt himself falling, the wind blowing hard against his face, then a violent jolt. Something hard and stringy gripped his torso, digging into his ribs with excruciating force. His descent abruptly stopped, leaving him dangling in the darkness. His eyes widened. A long gray scarf, Aizawa's capture weapon, wound around him like a snake. Above, silhouetted against the dim light of the roof access door, was his teacher. Eraserhead was leaning over the edge, his knuckles white where he gripped the other end of the weapon, his body leaning against the edge. He said nothing, simply pulled, hand after hand, with a grunt of pure effort. Reality hit Izuku with the force of a physical blow. He had been caught. He had failed even at this. A sob escaped his throat, hoarse and piercing. No, he choked, the words stolen by the wind. He began to thrash, writhing and writhing in the weapon's tight grip. No, let me go. Please. Aizawa's breathing was labored and ragged, loud enough for Izuku to hear despite the wind and his frantic screams. It wasn't just effort, it was fear. Pure terror. Stop moving, problem child, he shouted in a strained voice. He pulled again, lifting Izuku a few feet higher. Please, sensei, let me go. Izuku begged, tears streaming down his face and lost in the wind. Please, I beg you, let me go. The struggle inside him was desperate, like that of a trapped wild animal. He didn't want to be saved. He wanted to return to silence. Shut up. Aizawa roared, and the sound echoed through the night. It wasn't anger, it was a plea. He gave another powerful tug, and Izuku's thrashing body finally scraped over the edge and collapsed onto the cold concrete of the roof. The capture weapon loosened, but didn't free him. Aizawa climbed up, collapsing to his knees beside Izuku's trembling form. For a moment, they stood there, the teacher panting heavily, the student sobbing haltingly. Stop it, Aizawa said, his voice softer but still trembling. Izuku. Stop it. The use of his name made Izuku cry even harder. He curled up, covering his face with his hands. Let me go, let me go, let me go, he chanted, the words becoming a senseless, desperate mantra. Aizawa reached out, his movements stiff with shock, and pulled the boy into a hug. It was awkward and clumsy, but solid. He wrapped his arms around Izuku's shaking shoulders, holding him tightly to his chest. You're okay, he whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. He could feel the boy's heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. You're okay. I have you. Calm down. He began to gently slide Izuku's hair, his hand shaking. Shoo, you're okay. For what seemed like an eternity, Izuku continued to cry, his body shaking. But slowly, under the constant pressure of the embrace and the gentle, repeated reassurances, the storm began to subside. The desperate sobs subsided into shaky breaths. After nearly 10 minutes, he lay limp in Aizawa's arms, his spirits gone. But Aizawa, a master of observation, could sense it. The boy's breathing wasn't calming. It was labored, stuttering in a rapid, shallow rhythm. A panic attack was still hovering in his mind. Aizawa shifted carefully, gently taking one of Izuku's cold, clammy hands. He placed it flat against his chest. "Izuku," he said, his voice low and calm. "Do you feel it? Follow my breathing." Aizawa inhaled slowly and calmly. And exhale. He exhaled just as slowly. "Follow me, kid." And exhale. He repeated the process, focusing entirely on the steady rise and fall of his chest, willing the boy to synchronize with him. Gradually, Izuku's frantic, shallow breaths began to lengthen, matching the steady rhythm he felt under his palm. The tension in his small body gradually eased. They remained silent for a long time, the only sound the distant hum of the city. Finally, when Izuku's breathing returned to normal, Aizawa spoke, his voice gentle. "Do you want to talk about it?" Izuku didn't respond for a moment. Then he shook his head lightly, almost imperceptibly, against Aizawa's chest. Aizawa nodded, accepting. "Okay." More minutes of silence passed. Then a small voice, muffled by Aizawa's hero costume, said, "I'm sorry." The words hit Aizawa with surprising force. He pulled back slightly to look at the boy's tear-streaked, utterly exhausted face. "Sorry?" he asked, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "For what?" Izuku didn't look him in the eye. He stared at the concrete floor, his shame radiating. He slowly stood up, freeing himself from the protective circle of his teacher's arms. I just want to go to bed." He stood up, unsteady but determined, and began walking toward the door, leaving Aizawa kneeling alone on the cold, windswept roof, the weight of what had just happened enveloping him like a shroud. Shota stood up immediately after him, following him to the door. "I'll come with you," he said then, as if it weren't obvious he would. To this, Izuku responded with a slight nod. They headed for the stairs without saying a word. The walk, or whatever you want to call it, was silent. Izuku didn't mind, in fact, he was happy about it. They arrived at his dorm in less than 5 minutes and he opened the door. "Good night, Midoriya. Don't do anything stupid and go to sleep," Aizawa said. "Yeah." Izuku's voice was low and that was the only thing he said before slamming the door in his sensei's face. Yeah, okay, maybe he was a little rude but he didn't care at that moment. He threw himself into bed and fell asleep almost immediately. Seriously? Shota thought. Midoriya had just slammed the door in his face, but oh well, he couldn't blame him. He headed to his dorm and as soon as he got there he jumped into bed. Tomorrow he would have to talk to Midoriya, whether he wanted it or not. It wasn't normal to see one of his students jumping off the roof like that, and begging to let him go. Izuku woke up to the sound of the alarm. Everything that had happened that night came back to him like a bolt of lightning. Oh shit, if dashing. Today is definitely not going to be a good day, huh? But when were they? Okay, yeah, he had friends now, a Quirk, everything he had wanted since he was little, but why did he feel this way? He didn't even know. Enough, he said to himself. I'll just get up and act like nothing ever happened, that I am going to go to school and the day will go on as usual, that it's not that difficult, right? He got up from the bed with a big huff that he was sure Jiro had most likely heard. Yes, she definitely had. He dressed as fast as lightning and went down to the dorm kitchen. Some of his classmates were already there but he didn't say hello to them. Okay, maybe he should stop being so rude. Hey Midoriya. Ida called him while walking towards the Izuku. Hey, was his response. Not very enthusiastic as usual, and unfortunately Ida noticed. He frowned and a worried look appeared on his face. Are you okay, Midoriya? Tired? Oh no, why did he say that? Seriously, Midoriya loved Ida, but could he keep his mouth shut every now and then? Several classmates in the room turned to him and Midoriya felt his breathing stop. Dude, are you okay? Kirishima's voice sounded in his ears and then Uraraka's. Yeah, Deku, did you sleep? Several classmates nodded in agreement with her. Oh no, were those looks of pity he saw? I'm fine, don't worry, I just slept less than usual. Whoops, well come on, that wasn't far from the truth, was it? Maybe it would have been better if he had cleaned himself up before leaving his room. Well, it's not like he could go back in time, If he could, he would have thrown himself off the roof of his old school like Kaken told him. Or maybe now he could go to his room, take out those 3 razors he had and cut himself until he died of hemorrhage. Or maybe after school he could go to the roof of a faraway building and throw himself off from there. Wait, he could take some pills and die. Midoriya? Todoroki's voice called him, distracting him from his thoughts. What? He muttered in response. This is the 5th time I've called you, are you okay? Haha, whoops, maybe he got lost in his thoughts. He smiled, ringing to ease the tension in the room. I got lost in my thoughts, haha. He gave an embarrassed giggle and scratched the back of his neck nervously. Yet I figured it out, the heterochromatic-eyed boy replied. Can I do anything to help you? He asked. Yeah, slit my wrists. Not receiving a response from the green-haired boy, Shoto continued speaking. Why don't you stay at the dorm today and get some rest? You look tired, that I'm sure Aizawa won't mind. Oh no, I'm fine seriously, replied the green boy, and under his breath he added, I'm not going to die because I'm tired. What? Shoto asked. Nothing, whoops, maybe he had answered too fast. I'm going to brush my teeth. Izuku said, going towards the bathrooms, almost running away. Unfortunately for him, he bumped into someone. You didn't have breakfast, nerd. Yes, seriously, thank God, I love you too. I'm not very hungry, bye, see you later. With that he left. Class 1A looked at each other in confusion. After a long silence, someone finally decided to speak up. What just happened? Kaminari was the first to speak up and break the tense silence in the room. It was weird, Kirishima stammered. Midori never acts like this, that it was definitely weird, Mina agreed with Ejiro. Let's leave him alone and see what happens during the day, Todoroki said, silencing all the stuttering and chatter in the room. He knew Midoriya didn't like having too much attention on him, so he decided that leaving him alone was most likely the best idea, for now. Yet you're right, Ida and other classmates agreed. Silence. And then, if anything else weird happens, I'll intervene though, Uraraka spoke up. Me too, someone else said. Other classmates agreed with Uraraka. Yes, Idem. Me too. Yes, you're right, and so on. They would have left him alone, but would have intervened if necessary. But no one paid attention to Katsuki, who nodded in agreement with everyone. He would have intervened too if necessary. Good. What did I just do? Izuku couldn't stop repeating this phrase over and over again. What did I just do? Izuku hated himself at this moment. He should have behaved normally, not run away from the room like that and leave everyone without an explanation. Now they surely thought Izuku wasn't well, and he hated it. Everyone would have been worried and looked at him with pity. With pity. Like when he was 8 years old and that lady, when she found out he was quirkless, had said to him, "Oh, poor puppy." He still remembers the pity in her eyes. How much he had hated her. Izuku headed towards his classroom. Luckily he had been locked in the bathroom for like 30 minutes. Otherwise he would have arrived in class 40 minutes earlier and Aizawa would have definitely wanted to talk to him about what had happened about that night. Better not. Izuku thought. He entered the classroom and headed towards his seat, ignoring all the worried looks his friends gave him. This time he took the trouble to at least say hello to some of his classmates. He didn't want to raise unwanted suspicions and worries. Whoops. Maybe he had already done it. Okay, rats, Aizawa spoke. He scanned the room quickly and lingered on Izuku for a little longer than necessary. Midoriya deliberately ignored him, focusing on a spot on the wall, which apparently was very interesting. Aizawa looked away, realizing that Midoriya wouldn't look him in the eye even if he was told that endeavor was better than all might. Let's get started with class. Izuku realized he hadn't heard anything Aizawa had said when ectoplasm entered the room for the math class. Huh? Yeah, perfect. Okay, students, ectoplasm began. Today, as I told you a while ago, we're going to have a surprise math test, he continued. When did he say that? What do I do now? I don't know a DMN thing about math. I didn't review like ectoplasm asked. Izuku panicked. Sheet, just what I needed. Ectoplasm walked over to the teacher's desk and grabbed some papers, supposedly the tests. He went around the class handing out the papers. Looking at the faces of his classmates, he realized that it was very likely that he wasn't the only one who hadn't studied. and that he wasn't the only one who wasn't happy about this math test that had come out from who the F knows. He looked at his paper, he scanned the exercises, and it seemed like it was written in Arabic. Were those numbers? Or were they formulas that only Einstein could understand? What was he supposed to do? Why hadn't he reviewed? But why? Why was he born in the first place? He was born quirkless, beaten up all his childhood, bullied. He just wanted to be a hero. Why didn't anyone accepted it? You better give up, that doctor told him years ago, the day all his dreams came crashing down. I'm sorry, Izuku, so sorry, so sorry. His mother's voice echoed in his head. You're useless. You're a Deku. Loud bombs rang out in his head. Look at you, pathetic. Useless. Disgusting. He tries to be a hero, but he doesn't even have a quirk. No, you can't become a hero without a quirk, All Might had told him. And then the day Kaken told him to kill himself. You know, if you want to be a hero that badly, there's actually might be another way. To just pray you will be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive of the roof of a building. Kill yourself and put an end to your problems. That familiar little voice told him. No, that he wasn't going to do that, right? He wasn't. He had a perfect life, he had a quirk, he had friends, he had everything he wanted, but then, why he wanted to kill himself? He felt his breath catch in his throat, his heart began to pound in his chest. I'm so selfish and pathetic and useless and ruthless. I don't deserve this quirk. All Might made a mistake back then when he passed his quirk. Now All Might had retired, all this because of him. Because of how useless he has. He wanted to cry, he wanted to die, that he don't wanted to live anymore, that he wanted to cut himself, he wanted to die. Slit your wrist, Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, a large hand slammed into his desk. He flinched violently and looked up only to see his homeroom teacher in front of his desk with a worried and angry look at the same time. Aizawa? Where was ectoplasm? Weren't they taking a math test? He looked around, saw all his classmates turn towards him, even Kaken. Why were they looking at him? What did they want? Was that pity in their eyes? He didn't want it. Why were they looking at him like that? He turned and looked in front of him, meeting those very familiar red eyes. He had never understood why he had started hitting him. Izuku just wanted to be his friend, but evidently Kaken didn't want that. He admired Katsuki, he always had and always will. He didn't care how much he beat him, he still loved him. He was his childhood friend, of course he loved him. You love him, but he doesn't. That voice again. A snap of fingers in front of his eyes brought him back to reality. Deku. Kaken spoke. Deku, what the F is wrong with you? There was a slight worry in his voice. Kaken is worried about me? Kaken has always beaten me, but we are friends, right? Of course we are, because he is worried about me, he loves me too. Impossible. That voice again. He told you to kill yourself, he can't worry about you. No one cares about you. You are useless, who do you think would? The voice continued. Okay, enough, get up. Aizawa's voice broke him from his thoughts once again. Aizawa waited patiently and scanned Izuku's face for something, anything. He wanted to understand what was going on inside his problem child's head. Wait, since when was he his problem child? Huh. That was the only answer Shota got from Izuku. I said get up, he repeated. A confused look appeared on Izuku's face. He stood up. As soon as he did, he felt like he was going to faint, his legs felt like jelly and he couldn't stand up, his vision to the sides went gray, his legs collapsed, and he fell forward. Luckily Aizawa was in front of him, and as soon as he saw the green-haired boy collapse, he catches him instantly and laid him on the floor. Several gasps were heard in the room and some of his classmates stood up, but before anyone could get close Aizawa spoke. Everyone sit down and someone go get recovery girl. He sighed. Izuku woke up after a few hours. He opened his eyes slowly and the first thing he noticed was the white ceiling. The infirmary. Just what he needed. He thought sarcastically. He immediately became agitated and looked at his arms. His breathing also accelerated immediately. Okay, he still had his sleeves rolled down. Luckily, the quick movement he made sent a sharp pain to his head. He leaned back against the pillow of the bed and remained there looking at the white ceiling. His thoughts were working 1,000,000 times an hour. He had just passed out in class. Of course everyone would be worried now. But why did it have to happen in class? With all the places we could faint, he did it in class. No one cares about you, idiot. The familiar voice told him. He ignored it and continued to curse himself. In all this time, however, he had not noticed that Aizawa was sitting in the chair next to the bed. Problem child. Izuku flinched, he turned his head towards the voice and looked at the man sitting in the chair. Yeah, literally what he needed. Thank you God, I love you too. A look of fear appeared on the face of the ninth one for all user. He already knew what Eraser wanted to talk about, but he wanted to avoid it, which was probably impossible. Midoriya, Izuku, we need to talk. Popes. Silence. There was an eerie absence of noise. He scanned Izuku's face for something, anything, not even a sound came from the green-haired boy. He was just silent. The only sound in the room was his own breathing. Izuku wasn't talking. He kept wringing his hands and staring at the sheets on the bed, which were apparently more interesting than anything in the world. So? Shota asked. The boy didn't look up, didn't move, didn't do anything except continue to stare at the covers. He rubbed his scarred hands on the white sheets. The black-haired man could clearly see that the cinnamon roll of the class, that's what his classmates called him every now and then, was uncomfortable. After several minutes, Shota realized that Izuku wouldn't say a word, or at least not to him. Aizawa sighed. How can I help you if you don't talk to me, Midoriya? Izuku, in response, mumbled something unintelligible and didn't look up. Izuku, Eraser called out to him for the last time. Look at me or I'll expel you right this instant. At this, Izuku looked up and met Shota's eyes. They were emptied at his eyes. There was no usual sparkle, no fear, no determination, no sadness, no happiness. There was nothing, just emptiness. Izuku looked up after hearing what he had been told. He met Aizawa's eyes and remained there, staring at him. So, you want to tell me? His sensei asked. Maybe. Izuku thought. He wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth, as if they were stuck in his throat. Aizawa, despite everything, waited patiently. When, after 5 minutes of silence, it was clear that Midoriya wouldn't open his mouth, Shota spoke again. Midoriya, I left the whole class alone. Ida and Yaoyorozu are there, but I know your classmates are probably not listening and will definitely be bothering the other classes, he said and stopped, looking carefully at Izuku's face, to see if he would answer or just stand there staring at him. The second option happened. Midoriya felt a pang of guilt rise up in him at Aizawa's words. You're just a burden and a problem for everyone. That voice again. Aizawa continued speaking from where he stopped, his eyes softening slightly. So please, if you have something to say to me, tell me now. Izuku wanted to, he really wanted to. But he couldn't. Shota continued to look at him, Izuku's breathing quickened slightly. Come on Midoriya, Aizawa urged once more. Why can't I talk? He made a gesture with his hand, trying to tell Aizawa that the words weren't coming out of his mouth, that he couldn't speak, but Shota frowned. Maybe he knows sign language? Izuku started making gestures with his hands, and oh, thank goodness Aizawa understood him. Oh, you are trying to talk but you can't? He asked. The green-haired boy nodded. Okay, then I'm going. Recovery girl said you can leave here in a few hours, maybe 2 or 3 hours after lunch, okay? He nodded. Good, I'll send someone after to bring you lunch, Shota added. Izuku signs with his hands. And homework? Yes, and homework. See you later, problem child. Stay here and stay calm, yes? He nodded once more. Good. He followed Aizawa's movements, and as soon as the door was slammed, he let the tears fall. That was weird, Katsuki thought. Deku was weird. What the f was wrong with him? Not that he cared, of course, he wasn't worried, he just wanted to know what the f was wrong with that nerd. First of all, he ignores him when he tells him he didn't have breakfast, he doesn't say hello to his friends, he runs out of the common room like he saw a monster, he doesn't pay attention in class, and then he faints? What the f was all that? Come to think of it, Deku had always been weird. Ever since he was little he got lost in his thoughts. When he did that and you tried to talk to him he wouldn't answer, he just stared straight ahead. Dissociation. The word flashed in his head, but he pushed it away. He had also been tugging at his uniform collar and wringing his hands all morning, something he always did when he was nervous. Katsuki remembers that in middle school he always did this, he was always nervous. He had avoided physical contact even. When Uraraka almost put her hand on his shoulder he had pulled away, but he had made it look like he was turning to look at something and then he had said something like, "Sorry, I thought I saw a friend," that and Uraraka believed him. But everything was weird. Deku was weird, Deku's behavior was weird. Everything about Deku was weird. What if he tried again? No, impossible. He is everything he wanted now, why would he? Katsuki remembers Auntie Inko's broken voice when she called Mitsuki. I found him on the floor of his bedroom passed out. Inko had said. He remembers Izuku's mother's heartbreaking sobs and his mother-cracked voice when she was trying to explain to him what had happened, but he had already understood. It turned out that he had attempted suicide by swallowing pills. He also remembers the second time he tried. He remembers when his mother told him, "Get dressed, let's go check on Izuku," he asked her why if Inko was there. His mother told him that Inko was at work, so they had to go. He remembers his mother telling Masaru to call an ambulance, that it was urgent. He remembers Izuku's body covered in blood. He remembers the destroyed faces of his mother, his father, and Inko. He remembers Izuku's look when he woke up. He was empty. It turned out that he had cut his arms and legs, because he wanted to lose as much blood as possible and bleed to death. He remembers that Izuku had refused to go to therapy, that's why he had tried again, for the third and last time. He went to a roof, took off his shoes, and placed 3 letters next to them, one for his mother, one for Kaken, and one for Katsuki's parents. Thank God a student from Shiketsu High School saved him, talked to him, forced him to get off of the edge, but Izuku jumped anyway. Thank God a second time because the student had a quirk that allowed him to fly, and he caught him before he touched the ground. He caught him before he could die. The student was Isamu Tanaka, now a hero known as Flying Man. How did Katsuki know these things? Well, Tanaka told him. He told them to him very specifically. Izuku refused to go to therapy a second time, but that was his last suicide attempt. His last one before tonight. He had been keeping an eye on Izuku for a while after that. But he stopped when Deku begged him to stop following him around and check up on him. He told him he was fine and that he would never try again, that he wasn't a baby, and Katsuki believed him, because Deku was good at lying about being fine, too good, too believable. He only regretted it now because he was sure, that he had tried again that night and that Aizawa had stopped him. Bakugo was 100% sure that something had happened, that's why the green-haired boy was weird today. If INJ hold Deku, he was only causing him problems. Katsuki didn't know what to do. If Izuku didn't talk to him, then he didn't know how to help him. After Aizawa left with Midoriya to take him to Recovery Girl, Todoroki stared at the door, as if someone would magically come in and tell him what was going on. He had been watching Midoriya all morning. He was nervous, you could tell from miles away. Ever since he had met Midoriya, he knew he was a shy, nervous boy. Nervous in the presence of only adults. Shoto wanted to know everything about Midoriya. From the time he was born until now. There was only one person who had known him for such a long time, and that person was Bakugo. Shoto noted various strange behaviors from Izuku. Every time someone touched him, Midoriya would flinch, sometimes lightly and sometimes harder. He would pull away and then make up an excuse. Everyone believed it, but not him. It wasn't hard to spot the signs. For him it wasn't hard, maybe for other people it was. He remembers all the scars he saw on his arms one day. They were barely visible, but they were still scars of self-harm. He was sure they were scars of self-harm. If anyone noticed them, he would say that it was because of the training he sometimes did, but he didn't believe it, and he also saw that Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, and Ito weren't convinced by that excuse. But everyone else believed him. Everyone else believed the lies he told, the things that Shoto was convinced were lies. But what could they do if not wait for Izuku to tell them the truth? Absolutely nothing. Their patience had a limit that they hadn't reached yet, but if this behavior continued for much longer, well then they would intervene. Shoto was sure that behind that smiling face, there were secrets, too many secrets. Shoto would climb mountains and swim from Japan to America to help Izuku, because he wanted to help him, like that smiling boy had done with him. And to do that, he had to destroy the walls that Izuku had built around himself. And he would do it whether Izuku wanted it or not. The class went by quickly. Ida was starting to worry about Midoriya. He had been seeing strange behavior from Izuku for over a month now. Now that I think about it, Midoriya has always behaved strangely. Ida pushed that thought out of his mind and hoped that Aizawa-sensei would ask him to go to Midoriya to give him lunch, or homework, or notes, whatever. Tenya wanted to talk to Izuku, he wanted to know all his secrets, he wanted to know what was happening, he wanted to help. He wanted to help Izuku. And he wouldn't wait a minute longer. Tenya doesn't want to be left in the dark about everything, he just wants to help his friend. He wants to help Midoriya, just like Izuku had done in his dark moments, he had helped him. He hadn't yet returned the favor of when that accident happened to his brother Tensei. When the green-haired boy had saved him from staying together with Todoroki. Midoriya had told him that if he wanted to talk, he was available, because they were friends, right? That's why friends exist, to help each other. But who was going to explain that to that stubborn and reckless Midoriya? When lunchtime came, Shota spoke up. "Please, Ida, could you bring Midoriya lunch?" Ida, at the mention of his name, looked up and nodded. "Thank God." Tenya thought before answering. "Yes sir, sure. Thank you." "Perfect," Ida thought. "Maybe I can talk to Midoriya a little. Whether he wants it or not." He walked out of the classroom and headed towards the cafeteria with Todoroki and Uraraka following behind. Achiko broke the silence. "You want to talk to him, right? You want to ask him what happened?" Uraraka said. It wasn't really a question, she already knew. She knew what Ida wanted to do when he went to bring Deku lunch. But she said it anyway, as if it wasn't obvious. Yes. Of course he did, of course he wanted to. Talk to him, but don't overwhelm him, he might feel guilty for worrying everyone. Todoroki said he knew Midoriya, he knew he would feel guilty so he wanted to avoid it. "Sure," the boy with glasses replied. He took his lunch and Izuku's and headed to the infirmary. Once there, Ida raised his hand to knock but Recovery Girl opened the door before he could even put his knuckles on the door. "Come on boy, Midoriya is sleeping, go into the room and wake him up, he's been sleeping all morning anyway." She smiled at him. "Okay, thanks," Tenya smiled back. "Oh I warn you," before he didn't really want to talk. He didn't speak to anyone. "But maybe with you, who are his friend, he will," she added and, "Oh, he didn't expect it that." "Okay, thanks again Recovery Girl." The woman replied with a nod. Tenya opened the door and found a bush of dark green hair lying in bed sleeping peacefully. His chest was rising and falling in a regular rhythm. "I don't really want to wake him," Ida thought. "Hey Midoriya, I brought you lunch," he said as he shook his shoulder lightly. Izuku let out a slight grumble but opened his eyes slightly and met Tenya's. "Ida," he muttered softly. "Yeah?" was his response. He laughed softly as he did so, just to ease the tension in the room that would probably rise. "What are you doing here?" Izuku looked surprised. But he didn't know. "I brought you lunch." The taller boy pulled out a container with rice and some meat inside. "Oh really?" The shorter boy looked even more surprised by this. "But," Tenya thought. "Yes, now eat, you need it." He handed him the container and the chopsticks, and while Izuku began to eat, Tenya took out his lunch and ate. It was a silent meal, but it wasn't awkward, it was nice. Neither of them minded. After a while he noticed that Izuku had eaten a little more than half and that he had started to turn it over and over in the container. "Don't you feel like eating?" Tenya asked. "No. I'm just not hungry anymore." As he said this, Izuku smiled slightly. "It's okay, you still ate more than half," Ida replied, taking the container from Izuku's lap. He closed it and put it back in his backpack. No, it wasn't the time to talk about that, Tenya said to himself. A light knock on the door made both boys break from their thoughts. Recovery Girl came through the door and explained that Izuku had slept and eaten enough to be able to leave the infirmary, but he would have to stay in the dorms, which Izuku accepted without questions. He got out of bed with the help of the boy with glasses and together they went out. They walked towards the dorms in a pleasant silence. Neither of them had anything to say anyway, so what's the point on talking? After like 10 minutes of walking they arrived at the main doors of the dorms. They stopped and he noticed that Izuku instantly went to the handle to go in, but before he could do anything else Tenya spoke up. He couldn't leave without telling him anything. Midoriya, that you know that if you need anything we are here. Right? Izuku looked up and met Ida's blue eyes. He sketched a small smile. Yes, Lida-kun, thank you, but I'm fine, he replied with sincere gratitude. You are always fine, Midoriya. Tenya couldn't tell him something like that, so he decided it was best to leave. One more thing, Izuku spoke again, is there any homework? No, Midoriya, don't worry, now go and rest, Tenya answered. Okay, bye. Well, I guess I'm going, goodbye, Midoriya. He turned on his heel, but before he could take a step, Izuku called out to him softly. Ida-kun. Tell me, Midoriya, Tenya answered right away. Thank you for today. He gave him one of the sweetest smiles he had ever seen, and Tenya couldn't help but do the same. Whenever you want. He turned again and walked away, still with a smile on his face. Izuku entered the common room with a sigh. He took off his shoes and didn't bother putting them back in their place. With a slow step he headed towards the stairs that led to his dormitory. He climbed the stairs slowly. He arrived at the second floor and opened the door. With another sigh he threw his backpack on the floor, not caring about anything that was inside. He didn't care if his notebooks would get ruined. He wouldn't make it to tomorrow anyway. He already knew what would happen if he didn't kill himself that night or right now. Everyone would look at him with pity, treated him like glass. Everyone would worry about him. They would try to help him. He didn't want to be helped. He didn't want to be treated like glass. He didn't want to be looked with pity. He wanted to die. He didn't notice that he had thrown himself on the bed and started crying. And there the familiar voice began to speak. You're pathetic, Deku. You just cry. For what? All you do is cry. Aren't you ashamed? What kind of hero do you want to be? All Might made a mistake giving you his quirk, and you already knew he made a mistake giving you one for all. But you didn't care, and now you're paying the price. You're pathetic, Izuku. You think you're strong, good, smart. But you're nothing but a pathetic, crybaby, useless. Remember your true nature, Izuku. You're quirkless. It's written everywhere that you are. Quirkless. Useless. Worthless. Pathetic. Quirkless. Your mother should have abandoned you. Crying doesn't solve anything. His breaths were irregular, fast, and broken. Sobs were coming out of his mouth. His throat hurt from how much he was crying. He couldn't breathe. But he wanted to. The oxygen wasn't reaching his lungs. His chest hurt, as if someone was squeezing him. What the f was wrong with him? Why was he having a panic attack? Nothing had caused it. But still, he was having one. He knew the feeling of a panic attack. He ripped the tie off his uniform and took off his shirt. He stood up, took off his pants, ignoring the familiar scars on his thighs, opened the closet and rummaged until he found a tracksuit and put it on. He closed the closet door without putting away the clothes he had thrown around while looking for the tracksuit. If he died, he wouldn't need the closet anymore. His breathing was only accelerating. He was hyperventilating. He knew he was. He opened the drawer with such force that he wouldn't have been surprised if it broke. He took out the letters he had written a while ago and quickly put them on his desk. He didn't want to live anymore. He wanted to die. He wanted to stop living. He hated his life. He hated the way everyone looked at him. He hated the pity in their eyes. He hated that everyone wanted to help him. He hated that everyone cared about him. He hated the world. He hated how All Might had so much faith in him. He hated All Might for seeing potential in him that he didn't have. He hated his mom for loving him even though he was a useless living being. He hated how his friends loved him. He hated everything, and he was sorry that he did. Because he had everything that some people dreamed of. He didn't know if he could live like this. He didn't know if he was good enough. He didn't know if he was the right person to have the one for all. He didn't know if anyone would care if he died. He didn't know if he wanted to live like this. He didn't know what to do, how to feel. He just knew he wanted to die. He opened the door quickly and headed towards the kitchen of the common room. His feet were moving on their own. He had no control over his movements at that moment. But he didn't care, because if what he was about to do would end everything, well, that was all he wanted. He opened the drawer that contained the silverware and took out a knife. Kirishima had a bad feeling. He was having lunch with the Baku squad, but his thoughts were only on one person. That person was Izuku. Ever since Midoriya had gone to Recovery Girl, there was an emptiness in his stomach and he didn't want to ignore it. He felt that something bad was going to happen. He had been feeling all these negative feelings ever since Izuku had left, and he didn't like that very much. He didn't understand Midoriya. He had been acting strangely ever since he had met him. He had been acting strangely all morning, twisting his hands in a way that was definitely painful, pulling at his shirt collar every 2 minutes, and his posture was irked and tense. He remembers that time in the locker room when he had seen all those familiar scars, the way Midoriya had lied to the whole class, and his classmates had believed it. But not him. Because he knew those scars, he knew where they came from. But despite everything, he didn't comment. He just looked at the green-haired boy, and when he raised his emerald green eyes and met Ejiro's red ones, he looked away immediately. Izuku was good at lying about being okay, too good, too believable. He did it all the time, as if he was used to it, as if it was normal. Midoriya was strange. He remembers that night in the common room when he flinched when he had put a hand on his shoulder. He pulled back, and Ejiro saw a flash of fear in his eyes. He saw it, but he ignored it. If something happened to Izuku, he would never forgive himself. Even though Midoriya was older than him, Ejiro felt a need to protect him. He didn't know anything about the sunshine of the class, but he felt that the smile he always had was often fake. He felt that Izuku over the years had built walls around himself, that the happy expression he always had was just a mask that he had to destroy to help him. He kept thinking about Midoriya until he was distracted from his thoughts. Kirishima? Everything's fine, you seem distracted. Mina turned to him and the conversation at the table stopped instantly. All 4 of his classmates were looking at him. Oops. Maybe he had thought a little too much. He felt that emptiness in his stomach once again. His instinct told him to go and check on Izuku. That if he didn't go, something bad, something horrible would happen. His instinct was never wrong. Ejiro stood up. I'm fine, but I have to go check on something. I'll be back in a bit. With that he ran off, ignoring his friend's calls, ignoring everything in his path. He ran as fast as he could, trying to ignore the negative feeling that was growing by the minute. Holy shit, please Midoriya, don't do anything stupid. He reached the Heights Alliance in record time. He climbed the steps 2 at a time, and as soon as he was in front of the door, he grabbed the handle and slammed it. He didn't take his shoes off. There was no time. He headed towards the common room and, oh holy shit. He knew his instincts were never wrong. But he still hoped that for once they were wrong. Izuku stood there, motionless, with a knife in his right wrist, millimeters away from the artery in his wrist. Me Midoriya? Ejiro's voice trailed off. He couldn't say anything else. He didn't expect to find him there, standing with a knife in his hand. Izuku, slowly, looked up, his emerald eyes meeting red ones. His expression was blank, his eyes were red and swollen from crying, his cheeks were streaked with tears. At that, Ejiro found his voice again and didn't waste a second in speaking. Put that knife down, Izuku. Kirishima used his given name. Maybe by using it he would understand how much Ejiro cared about him, how much everyone cared about him. Midoriya didn't do as he was asked. Now, the red-haired boy's voice was serious, leaving no room for discussion. Either he put the knife down now or he would lunge at Midoriya and take it from him by force if necessary. Unfortunately, he had to take the second option because when he took a step closer, Izuku brought the knife even closer. It made contact with his skin. Before he could do anything, Ejiro ran towards him and took the knife from his hand abruptly. He threw it on the ground. He looked at the green-haired boy and yelled at him in terror. What the F are you doing? Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes. He did nothing to stop them. He just let them fall down and collapsed on the ground. Sobs filled the room. He grabbed his hair in his hands and remained there, crying. Ejiro immediately felt guilty for yelling at him, but Midoriya had to understand that what he would have done if he hadn't arrived was a mistake. The big mistake. An horrible mistake. The worst thing he could do in his life. He knelt down in front of Izuku and took his hands away from his hair. He held Midoriya's hands in his and spoke to him softly. Izuku, it's okay. Calm down. It's okay. He brought one of his hands to his chest and continued to speak to him softly. Follow my breathing, okay? He began to take exaggerated, long and controlled breaths. Izuku continued to breathe rapidly. If he didn't calm down, he would surely start hyperventilating, and at that rate he would pass out. Calm down, Izuku. Come on, follow my breaths. In for 1, 2, 3, out for 1, 2, 3, in 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3, 4. Kirishima continued to speak to him softly, trying to calm both Izuku and himself. He felt his own heart beating like crazy. It took several minutes, but the green-haired boy managed to calm down. Ejiro hugged him tightly. He felt Izuku's arms slowly rise and hug him back. Good, good. He felt the shorter boy's shoulders shaking, and his tears wetting his uniform, but he didn't care at that moment. He just had to stand there and hug Midoriya. He stayed there for 15 minutes until Izuku pulled away from the hug and looked Ejiro straight in the eyes. I'm sorry, he signed. It's okay, Izuku. It wasn't true, but Kirishima couldn't tell him it wasn't okay. It would only make things worse. He knew it. Kirishima sighed. Izuku, that you know that we care about you, right? And that if you need us, we are here. If you want to talk, we are friends. It doesn't matter what time you need help or someone to talk to. It doesn't matter if it's 2 in the morning, okay? I'm always here, please remember that. In response, Midoriya nodded. Thanks, he whispered, barely audible, but Ejiro caught it anyway. Anytime you want, buddy. Both got lost in their thoughts until quick footsteps could be heard and both boys were distracted from their minds. Aizawa appeared in the doorway. He had a barely visible expression of concern on his face. He looked at Ejiro and Izuku a couple of times before speaking. What's going on? It wasn't really a question, it was more of an order to say, explain to me what the F happened. Ejiro didn't want to say it in front of Izuku though, so he glanced at Aizawa, who said, wait a minute, and then turned to Izuku. He whispered something to him that Shota didn't hear, so he just stood there waiting. Midoriya stood up and headed towards probably his room. Kirishima stood up and walked towards Aizawa. His expression didn't bode well. Kirishima explained now, Eraser ordered. He tried to commit suicide, he said bluntly. Shota didn't expect that. Midoriya had tried to commit suicide twice in one day? That wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. And he couldn't do nothing. He had to act now before it was too late. Kirishima, go back to class. Don't tell anyone. Do you understand? He said to him. Yes, sir, but you? The red-haired boy asked. I have to talk to him. I was supposed to this morning, but I didn't have time. Please keep your mouth shut. Now go, he ordered him. Yes, sir. Kirishima left, but the thought of what if didn't stop running through his mind for the rest of the day. Shota didn't know what to do. He had never dealt with a suicidal boy. Or at least he thought he was suicidal, since he had tried to die twice in one day. He didn't know how to deal with the situation, and for once he blamed himself for leaving Hisashi in charge of his class instead of bringing him with him. His husband was 1,000,000 times better with children and teenagers. Well, there's no going back, Shota, he said to himself. He climbed the stairs and reached the second floor, walked to the door where it was written Izuku Midoriya, and knocked softly. Hey kid, can I come in? He asked softly. With Midoriya you had to talk like that in these moments, otherwise he would get agitated if he shouted or spoke too loudly. Eraserhead didn't know why. That was another thing he needed to ask to his problem child. Shota heard a soft yes from the other side of the door and didn't waste a minute to come in. He closed the door gently and walked towards the shorter boy who was sitting on the bed. He purposely ignored all the letters with the name of each teacher and classmate that he saw on the desk and focused on Midoriya. First the boy, Shota, then the letters. So, he didn't get any answer, but he waited patiently anyway. Aizawa was surprisingly patient with him. Everyone told him that. But he brushed them off and said it wasn't true. That he was patient with everyone, and didn't have any favorites for his students. That he loved them all the same. But he was starting to not believe it himself. Hisashi knew it. He always said that Shota had a soft spot for Midoriya and everyone knew it. Hisashi even admitted that he had a soft spot for the boy too. Izuku just sighed and started wringing his hands in a way that was definitely painful. Midoriya, calm down with those hands, you'll hurt yourself otherwise, Aizawa warned him. Izuku didn't listen to him, instead he started wringing them even more. At this, Aizawa slowly reached out a hand and placed it on top of his students. Stop it now, he ordered. Sorry, the boy stammered. That DMN stutter. He's had it since he entered UA. That's another thing he had to ask him. Why does he stutter so much? Nothing's wrong, But if you don't want to be expelled, then listen to me, because I'll only tell you this once. Do you understand, Midoriya? Why, yes, sir. I'll rip his tongue off if he doesn't stop babbling, goddammit. Shota didn't hate Midoriya's babbling, but he wanted to stop because he did it so often. He hated it because it was like Izuku was afraid to speak. The nickname, Problem Child, really suits him, huh? Good. He cleared his throat and began to speak. This is the second time, Midoriya, the second time in one day that you've tried to kill yourself. Do you realize that? I can't just let it go on like nothing happened. I can't ignore it. It's not normal to try to kill yourself twice in one day. I won't punish you or anything, but I have to do something anyway. You need to talk to someone, to me, to your mother, to present Mike, to Todoroki, to one of your friends, to someone. I know that talking isn't always the solution, but it's a start, okay? If you're not okay, you have to let me know. If you want help, you have to let me know. If you want someone to vent to or talk to, I'm here for you. I care about you, Midoriya. Please remember that. Aizawa said it with such sincerity that Izuku almost didn't believe him. Because the teachers weren't good. They had only treated him badly over the years. He remembers that the teachers in Aldra would ground him for everything. They told him that he cheated on tests because there was no way he could get the highest grade in the class. They told him that all he did was mumble and that he annoyed the whole class with his mumbles. They almost failed him in 7th grade, they called him a liar too many times to count, and they did nothing to stop the bullying against him. In fact, they incited the bullies to beat him. Because of those teachers in elementary and middle school, Izuku had lost every ounce of trust in adults. But when Izuku looked at Aizawa's face for the 20th time looking for lies in his eyes, he found nothing but sincerity. Eraser was the best teacher he had so far, and Izuku can't help but believe him, because he sees no deceit in his eyes, no lies, no pity. He only sees sincerity. His eyes fill with tears, but he blinks them back. He has to stop crying every 2 minutes. He wipes the single tear that has slipped from his right eye and croaks out a soft, "Thank you." He sees a small smile on Aizawa's face before the man in question stands up. "Come on, let's go. Maybe you can attend the hero class." With that, Izuku plasters a smile on his face, but it's a sincere smile. He puts his uniform back on and together with Aizawa they go out towards UA. Yes, Izuku loves his teachers, especially Eraser. Katsuki didn't understand what the F was wrong with everyone. Not only was Deku weird, but also icy hot, for eyes, eye bags, and even shitty hair. All 4 of them had been staring at that nerd all morning, as if he was sick or dying. They were just pathetic. But he had to admit that he had also found himself staring at Deku several times in the morning. Then the shitty nerd had passed out and was now in the infirmary. Classes had continued as usual, but the tense air in the room was obvious. Even Aizawa-sensei seemed tense about what had happened. Katsuki was sure that he was hiding something from him, something important, something horrible. Like a suicide attempt. His mind suggested. But Katsuki adamantly refused to listen to the voice, because it was simply impossible. Deku was fine, he should have been fine, he couldn't have tried when he had one for all, friends, a beautiful life, all what he wanted when he was a kid. It was impossible, it couldn't be true. But something told him he was wrong. That the nerd had really tried again. Class ended, and the so-called Baku squad headed for the cafeteria. The hallways quickly filled with students and chatter, some shouting, some standing silently, others simply heading to the cafeteria. All 5 of them were lost in their thoughts. No one speaking, no yelling from Mina, no idiotic comments from Kaminari. Nothing, just silence. Of course, someone had to speak, someone had to break the awkward silence that had fallen. "So, what are you eating today?" Mina was the one who broke the silence. "Thank goodness. I think I'll have miso soup or something, I don't know," Kirishima replied. Katsuki looked at him and instantly knew something was bothering him, but he didn't open his mouth to ask what it was. He didn't care. He didn't want to know. It was probably Deku. "I'll get rice and season it with something spicy." Siro was a fan of spicy food, perhaps because in his hometown they ate a lot of spicy things. He didn't care anyway. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, but was probably just a few minutes, they arrived at the cafeteria, grabbed their food, headed to a table, and began to eat calmly. Katsuki looked up, his gaze landing in a matter of milliseconds on Kirishima's face. What the f is he thinking? Ejiro's brow furrowed, lost in his own dead thoughts, was apparently focused on whatever he was thinking, because when Mina asked him a question, he didn't answer. Kirishima? Are you okay? You seem distracted. Ashido turned to Ejiro a second time, and finally, he looked up and his eyes rested on his classmates. And then he stood up. I'm fine, but I have to go check on something. I'll be back in a bit. The red-haired boy ran off, apparently ignoring Shiro and Kaminari's calls. When Ejiro disappeared from their sight, they looked at each other in confusion. Katsuki didn't say anything, he already knew where he was going. He just sat there and continued eating. Look what the F you did, Deku. Hero training with All Might arrived quickly. Kirishima had been back for a few minutes now, and it was impossible to ignore his dull, sad look. He hadn't greeted anyone, just had gone to his desk and waited in silence for All Might to arrive. What happened? The question hovered unspoken in the room. But no one dared to speak. The only noise was the wind blowing hard outside, and the distant, low voices of the teachers in the other classrooms. Does anyone know where Aizawa-sensei is? Kaminari spoke, trying to find some way to break the awkward silence that had fallen. A flash of knowledge crossed Kirishima's face, and Katsuki, who had been staring at him since he'd returned, noticed it. He wouldn't be FNG silent again. Do you know anything, shitty hair? Bakugo's voice boomed through the room. He hadn't shouted, his voice was low, dangerous, and firm, demanding an answer. No, Ejiro was curt. Are you sure? You've had a face like a bad but since you got back. Katsuki didn't give up. He wanted to know too, dim en it. He had every FING right. It's my business. The red-haired boy didn't give up too. He had to keep quiet, Aizawa had told him. But he wanted to. He wanted to scream. He wanted to shout what he'd seen. He wanted to say it. Kirishima-kun, if one of our classmates is sick or in a bad mood, we should know about it. It's our duty to take care of each other, Ida said, gesturing with his arms. Why are they insisting so much? Can't they stop? I said Ejiro was interrupted when the door flew open and All Might entered, shouting. I am here. All 19 heads whipped around, staring at him, but no one spoke. The tense silence in the room sent a shiver down All Might's spine. You guys are a little quiet. Has something happened? And where's young Midoriya? All Might asked, obviously unaware of the morning's events. Yaoyorozu spoke first. Sensei, Midoriya-kun hasn't been feeling well this morning. So he's been back at the dorms for a few hours now. Her voice was firm and polite, not specifying that Izuku had fainted, just the necessary details. Oh. Well, little heroes, go put on your hero costumes and head to Ground Beta. And oh, where's Aizawa? We need him today. Aizawa-sensei said he'll be here soon, Ejiro spoke. Everyone fell silent. How do you know, Kirishima? Did we miss something between you, Aizawa, and Deku by any chance? Katsuki's hoarse voice echoed through the room once again, low, almost furious, as if he wanted to know what had happened at all costs. I said it's my Busi dash. He was interrupted again, this time by Aizawa opening the door. Everyone looked at him, Katsuki growled, and didn't wait another minute to ask. What happened with? The words died in his mouth when Izuku appeared from behind Eraser. He risked a smile, but it died instantly when he looked at his classmates. Everyone was serious, no smiles on their faces, just seriousness, concern, and anger. He met Kirishima's wide eyes, Katsuki's angry ones, and then Shinsu's and Todoroki's impassive ones. No one spoke and he did the same. He looked at Katsuki, then at Ejiro, a question in his eyes, but the red-haired boy just shrugged and shook his head. An unspoken answer. Forget it. Oh, there you are, young Midoriya. Just in time for hero training. All Might smiled, unaware of the chaos that was unfolding. Actually, Mido, Aizawa began, but was interrupted by Izuku, who tugged on his tracksuit shirt, letting him know it was okay, that he would be participating in hero training. Aizawa nodded and sighed. Class 1A stared at him, no one opening their mouth, everyone silent, waiting for something to happen. Izuku began to feel uneasy, and thank God, someone noticed. "Oh, are you okay, Midobro? We're happy. Hero training isn't the same without you." Kaminari winked and gave him 2 thumbs up. The green-haired boy laughed lightly, plastering in his face a fake smile in Shota's eyes. "And probably for 4 or maybe 5 other classmates. Well, then good. Let's go." All Might left the classroom, followed by the 20 students and Eraser, who stayed behind with Izuku. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to, problem child." "I know, but I want to," he replied. "I won't be useless again, I have a quirk." You can always retreat and watch your classmates, you don't have to," Shota insisted. "I know, thanks." With this, Izuku made it clear that the conversation ended there and Aizawa had no choice but to resign himself. "Damn it, this kid is going to make me age 20 years in a FING week." Class 1A was in ground beta, all of them wearing their heroes' costumes, waiting for All Might and Aizawa to begin explaining what they were supposed to do on the simulated mission. "What do you think they'll have us do today?" Zero asked. "I don't know, probably a mission where we have to save some civilians in trouble," Kaminari replied. Izuku felt a wave of nausea and dizziness wash over him. But he ignored it. "Mistake. All right, young heroes. Let's begin with the explanation of the mission you'll be undertaking today." As soon as All Might spoke, all 20 students fell silent and turned their attention to the 2 professors. "All right, you'll be divided into 4 groups of 5. There are 4 buildings we'll be using today. Each group has an assigned building. I'll give you the sheet with directions to get there," Aizawa began. As soon as they heard that they should have followed the directions to the building, some students let out a frustrated sigh. "Don't bother, problem children," Eraser cut them off. "Hi, Sensei. As I was saying, once you reach the buildings, you'll obviously have to go inside. Each building has 15 floors, 5 of which are underground. There are civilians that are mannequins, scattered throughout the rooms and fallen rocks. You have to recover them all, there are 5 in total." "What happens if we don't recover them all?" Bujiro asked. "You won't pass the mission." Shota's reply was cold. A shiver ran down every student's spine. "You just have to pick them up and carry them outside. I remind you that these aren't just buildings. There are fallen beams, broken windows, and walls that could collapse at any moment. If the mission ends and you haven't taken them all out, that's fine, as long as you have them in hand." Shota's gaze swept over each student. "These will be the groups. First group, Ojiro, Sato, Ashido, Aoyama, and Hagakure. Second group, Jiro, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Kirishima, and Kaminari. Third group, Todoroki, Midoriya, Shinso, Yaoyorozu, and Siro. Fourth group, Uraraka, Azui, Shoji, Ida, and Koda. I didn't put you together for your quirks, you're just together to work together. You'll have to make a plan and find the right tactics." "Hi, Sensei. There are also rules. It's absolutely forbidden to make explosions underground. Anything that could cause a collapse is prohibited. If something collapses on you, you could get hurt, and it will be your own fault, understood?" "Hi, Sensei. You'll have an hour to complete the mission." "Hi. That's all right, we'll give you 5 minutes and then we'll get started." With that, Aizawa handed out the papers with the directions and then headed with All Might toward the observation room. Meanwhile, the groups had already gathered and were making a plan. "So, Midoriya, what do we do?" Shinso asked. They all stared at Midoriya, who was lost in thought and muttering under his breath. After like 30 seconds, Izuku spoke. "Aizawa-sensei said there are 5 civilians and a 15-story building." "Yes. That means the mission won't be easy," Izuku explained. "Why do you say that, Midoriya?" Todoroki's heterometric eyes were fixed on Izuku. "There's a 15-story building, Todoroki-kun, and only 5 civilians to save." "That's true, 15 floors is a lot for 5 civilians, and who knows where they hid them." Siro agreed with Izuku. "Yeah." Momo nodded in agreement. "What a drag. I wanted this to be easy, I'm effing tired." Hitoshi complained. "Shinsu-kun, if you want to be a hero, you have to work even when you're tired, not just when you've had 3 days of sleep," Midoriya reminded him. Because, of course, he knew what it was like to be tired and keep doing things when you don't want to. I know, thanks for reminding me, Midoriya. With that, the group headed toward the city entrance, knowing the mission would begin soon. Do your best, I believe in you, Izuku encouraged them, giving his friends a sincere smile. Thanks, Midoriya. The same goes for you. All Might's voice, as expected, signaled the start of the mission. The mission begins now. The gates opened and the groups began following the signs to their building, which, to their surprise, they all got there in less than 5 minutes. Stop! Midoriya yelled. But we have to get in. We don't have all the time in the world. Shiro replied. Some people need to go underground and some need to go upstairs. Yaoyorozu, Shinso, and Shiro will go upstairs. Todoroki and I will go underground. That's because if something were to collapse, Todoroki could block the rocks with his ice and we won't get hurt. You guys go up because Shiro can secure the wobbly beams with his duct tape, Yaoyorozu can create something to help you climb the probably destroyed stairs, and Shinso can use his capture weapon to save the civilians further away without having to risk too much. Check every floor, every room, everything as thoroughly as possible, every space there is. Civilians could be anywhere. That's all, let's go. With that, they headed inside. Izuku felt a strong wave of nausea and dizziness. He ignored it. Mistake. As Izuku and Shoto headed for the stairs leading down, Midoriya turned and gave one last word of encouragement to Shiro, Yaoyorozu, and Shinso. Do your best. Thanks, Midoriya, you too. Todoroki and Izuku ran down the stairs, not wasting a second, reaching the first floor in less than 25 seconds, and Todoroki immediately started searching, but Izuku stopped him. Todoroki, wait. Todoroki, who was already looking at the plan, stopped and turned around, setting his eyes on Izuku. Tell me? You stay here, I'll go downstairs, we have to be on different floors, it'll take us less time. The two-toned-haired boy didn't agree with him though. Midoriya, it'll take us less time if we both stay here. If there's 2 of us, we'll find the civilians first. Nowhere does it. Say there's a civilian in here, Todoroki-kun, Izuku retorted, but he knew Shoto was right. Move, let's search, the faster we go, the better our chances of winning, Shoto commanded, leaving no room for discussion. Yeah. And so they searched, and after what was probably 10 minutes, Hitoshi's voice rang out in their comm systems. Found the first civilian. 2nd floor, inside a closet in the bathroom. Roger. Shoto was the one to reply. They also heard Hitoshi say something like, "Who the F hides in a closet, him and it?" To which Izuku just snorted and continued searching. After another minute, Todoroki spoke. Midoriya. There's nothing, let's go downstairs. He declared. Yeah. Izuku felt another wave of nausea and dizziness, but he ignored it and continued with his mission. They ran downstairs, already panting and sweating, due to the hot weather in the building at the time. Midoriya, this floor has fewer rooms, head to the one below this one, I'll search alone. I'll be there if I find anything. Todoroki was currently in charge, and Izuku obeyed. Yeah. Same goes for me. He ran downstairs as fast as he could. But it wasn't enough. You're going too slow, Izuku. Hurry up. Found another civilian. Under some debris. This time it was Yaoyorozu who called. Me too. Under a desk. Todoroki's voice sounded over the comm. Izuku, you're the only useless one here. Midoriya, did you find anything? Shoto asked him loudly. No. Okay. I'll take the civilian out and be right there. Okay. Midoriya felt his heart pounding, his breathing shallow, and he could barely speak, every word an extra effort. See, Izuku, if you'd killed yourself, maybe they'd have found all the civilians by now, since they have no use for a useless person like you. That voice wouldn't stop talking. Izuku gritted his teeth, ignoring it as best he could. Todoroki returned after a minute, starting to search with him. Midoriya. I found another one. Tell the others. Shoto shouted after 10 to 15 minutes from a room. Why does everyone find them and I'm the only useless one? Why? Midoriya. Tell the others. Shoto shouted again, heading for the stairs to carry the civilian out. Why yes. He pressed a button on the communicator and spoke. Todoroki found another civilian. That was all he could say. He had to stop and catch his breath immediately. How many are missing? Zero asked. I don't know, ma, maybe one. He couldn't speak, he couldn't breathe. What the F is wrong with me? Midoriya, hey, are you okay? Zero's voice was worried. No, no. I'm worrying everyone. You're useless, Izuku. Midoriya. Hurry. 2 more floors to go. The voice of the boy with the heterometric eyes echoed in his ears. All right. The second group has found all civilians. A voice resounded throughout the building. Already? Todoroki shouted, surprised. Kaken was I in that G group, Todoroki-kun. Go down, I'll look here. Izuku could only nod, heading to the lowest floor. The fourth group has found all civilians. Again, the voice announced the fourth group's victory. How many floors do you have left to look at, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked through the comm. I'm at the last one. What about Yaoyorozu? One is missing. I doubt the civilian is here. He's probably where you and Todoroki are. 10 minutes left. Hurry up. Hi. Why did the time pass so quickly? Izuku couldn't take it anymore, he was about to collapse. This because you are useless, Deku. The first group has found all the civilians. Midoriya. We're the only ones missing. Hurry up. Todoroki shouted. Izuku's breathing was rapid, too fast, uneven, and shallow. He was dizzy, he couldn't stand anymore, he was staggering. They searched the entire floor, unable to find the missing civilian. Guys, he's not here. He must be where you are. Zero shouted through the comm. They searched for another 5 minutes, but nothing, the civilian wasn't there. We are coming down. Hitoshi said through the communicator. Midoriya. 2 minutes left. Hurry up or we'll fail the mission. Izuku scanned the room and finally saw him, trapped under some rocks. He would make it. He had to make it. Midoriya. Less than a minute left. Get him in your hands. Todoroki warned. But Izuku couldn't do it. He was moving but he was too slow. What kind of hero do you want to be, Izuku? When not even a dummy can catch him. Can you see yourself? The seconds passed too quickly. He vaguely became aware of the presence of his 4 groupmates when a voice declared the end of the mission. Mission over. Third group failed. Mission failed? No, it was all his fault. It's all your fault, Izuku. Uasuke. You're useless. You horrible living being. It's all your fault. You are the only one to blame. Quirk says. Izuku felt another wave of dizziness, and the world tilted. His vision narrowed to a speck, the bright colors of the building turning to a sickly gray. His legs gave way without warning. He staggered, his arms flailing uselessly, the ground falling toward him. Before he could even register the impact, a strong, cold hand closed around his bicep, steadying him. Another wrapped around his waist, firm and unyielding. The fall stopped, not abruptly, but with a controlled, almost delicate deceleration. He felt himself being guided, carefully lowered, until his back met something solid, probably the cold concrete of the ground. Midoriya. The voice was calm, a steady beacon in the chaotic storm of his senses. Todoroki was kneeling beside him, one arm still supporting him under his shoulders, while the other hand rested lightly, reassuringly on Midoriya's chest. Breathe. Slowly. Izuku inhaled sharply, his chest burning, his lungs refusing to fully expand. Every muscle in his body screamed, not from the pain of the impact, but from sheer exhaustion. He felt sweaty, his head spinning. Just focus on my voice, Todoroki ordered, his gaze steady. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. Deep breaths. As Midoriya struggled to obey, drawing in air that still felt thin, he heard the frantic thump of approaching footsteps. Moments later, a flurry of movement and worried voices converged around them. Midoriya. It was Zero, his usual cheerful tone replaced by raw concern. In an instant, a hand, warm and surprisingly gentle, slid beneath Midoriya's head, lifting it slightly from the hard ground. Wow, buddy, It looks like you just fought an army of bad guys alone. Move aside. Hitoshi's voice was characteristically hoarse, but the underlying concern was unmistakable. He knelt in front of Todoroki, his sharp, attentive eyes already scanning Midoriya's limbs, his torso, his face. Pain? Anywhere specific? Izuku could only shake his head weakly, trying and failing to form words. He just collapsed, Shoto replied, maintaining that constant pressure on Midoriya's chest, a silent anchor. Too much effort, I think. I saw. Shinso methodically stroked Midoriya's arms, then his legs, pressing lightly, checking the joints, looking for any signs of swelling or deformity. Nothing visible, he murmured, frowning. No obvious sprains or fractures. He pulled back slightly, a glimmer of relief in his eyes, though his gaze remained appraising. Just completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu was already informing Ozawa of the incident over the communicator. Her voice, usually composed, had a hint of urgency. Aizawa-sensei, it's Yaoyorozu. Midoriya just collapsed. She paused, listening to a crackling sound coming from the device. No, sensei, there are no visible injuries. Shinso examined him. He appears to be suffering from extreme overexertion. Todoroki managed to catch him before he fell, and he's breathing, but he's very disoriented. I'm coming, Aizawa warned. Hey, Midoriya, can you hear me? Breathe deeply, it's okay. Stay calm. Shoto stood there, his hand resting on his chest, guiding him to take deep breaths. After a few minutes, a shadow fell over them. Aizawa-sensei. His perpetually tired eyes were already assessing the situation. His red eyes, usually so sharp in their analysis during training, were now narrowed with a different kind of attention, concern. You know, Midoriya, Aizawa's voice was low, devoid of his usual dry sarcasm. It would have been better if you had stayed and watched like I told you. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Shame, burning and stinging, filled him, mingling with his tiredness. He muttered something incoherent, a weak apology. Instead of a lecture, a large, calloused hand rested on Midoriya's head. Fingers, surprisingly gentle, began to slide his sweat-covered green curls. It was such an unexpected gesture that Izuku's eyes widened, blinking at his teacher. Aizawa's expression was unreadable as always, but the touch was undeniably comforting. Recovery girl. Aizawa's voice, now firm, spoke into the comm unit clipped to his ear. Ground beta. Midoriya. Excessive exertion, possible fatigue. Inevitably. He looked back at Izuku, continuing to caress him with his hand. Look at me, Izuku. Midoriya managed to focus, his bleary gaze meeting Aizawa's tired but steady one. It doesn't matter that you failed the mission. Do you understand? Aizawa continued, his voice slow and deliberate. It happens. Failure is part of learning. You were pushing yourself to the limit, you were overcoming it. Izuku tried to nod, his throat tightening. The tears he'd been holding back, tears of frustration and self-pity, began to well up. You're not useless for this, Aizawa said, his voice almost a whisper, but with absolute conviction. He pressed his palm harder against Izuku's forehead for a moment, then resumed his gentle caress. You're not useless for this, and stop blaming yourself. The words, spoken so frankly, yet so deeply reassuring, were like a dam breaking. Hot tears of exhaustion and immense relief stung his eyes and then overflowed, carving furrows in the grime on his face. A stifled sob escaped him. Todoroki, still kneeling beside him, a silent, steady presence, offered him a hand. Izuku instinctively grasped it, clinging to that icy strength. Shiro, Shinso and Yaoyorozu remained there, a silent and reassuring presence. Aizawa didn't remove his hand from Midoriya's hair. He simply waited, a sentinel of calm amidst the boys' turmoil. Izuku allowed himself to close his eyes, focusing on Aizawa's hand in his head and Todoroki's cold but comforting hand in his. You are pathetic, Izuku. The first thing Izuku noticed was the smell of antiseptic and clean linen, a scent that was becoming all too familiar. The second was a dull, throbbing pain in his head. He groaned, a low sound in the silent room, and forced himself to open his eyes. The ceiling was white, the infirmary. Again. Slowly, he propped himself up on his elbows and sat up, his clouded mind trying to piece together what had happened. Hero training. Mission failed. Mission failed. Because of you, useless Deku. He had pushed himself too far again, ignored the signals, and passed out, once again. Normal. He thought with a grimace. It was at that exact moment that he felt the cool air on his arms. He looked down, and his blood ran cold. He was no longer wearing his hero costume, no long sleeves, just a white short-sleeved shirt. His arms, from wrist to shoulder, were completely exposed. And on full display. A sharp, suffocating panic gripped him, his breath caught in his throat. He pulled the thin white blanket up to his chin with shaking hands, his heart pounding against his ribs hard and fast. The big, angry scars from muscular and the others were there, jagged and protruding. But those weren't the problem. It was the others. The thin lines that ran across his forearms and biceps, some old, some recent. Some were old, most a map of time before the U, before all might, before one for all, before hope, before everything. Others, however, were recent, from when he made mistakes, because he couldn't control his quirk. He couldn't stop doing it, and he knew he never would. He was so panicked, so desperate to hide the scars, that he didn't notice the creaking of the chair beside the bed. Midoriya. The voice was low, tired, and completely unmistakable. Izuku flinched so hard the bedsprings creaked in protest. He whipped his head to the side, his eyes wide with a new wave of terror. Aizawa sat in the vinyl chair next to his bed, his posture hunched, his dark eyes fixed on him with an unsettling intensity. He wasn't wearing his hero costume, just his usual black tracksuit, a half-empty sachet of gelatin in his hand. How long had he been sitting there? Had he seen? Of course he had. The thought made Izuku feel physically ill. Sensei, he stammered, clutching the blanket tighter. I didn't. I'm sorry, I fainted, I overdid it, I'll do better next time, I promise. Aizawa raised a hand, to silence him. He didn't seem angry. It didn't seem like anything, actually. It was almost worse. His gaze flicked from Izuku's frantic eyes to the blanket he was hiding under. Recovery girl said you just needed some rest, he said flatly. Said you shouldn't have been in hero training. He looked Izuku straight in the eye. The boy swallowed hard. She didn't find any injuries, but she mentioned these. He gave a slight, deliberate nod toward Izuku's arms. She said they weren't from any recent training. The question hung in the air, unspoken but deafening. Where did they come from? Izuku's mind raced, searching for a plausible lie, an excuse that wouldn't shatter the image he was trying so desperately to maintain. The image of the hero in training, cheerful and determined. He swallowed, his throat dry. Oh, those, he said, forcing a shaky, unconvincing laugh. Those are old cuts since, from before UA. I was, a clumsy kid. Lots of climbing trees and falling into thorn bushes. Old stuff. Accidents. The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. Aizawa simply watched him. His tired eyes, which usually missed nothing, seemed to pierce the thin blanket and the even thinner excuse. Izuku felt his teacher's gaze tracing the patterns he knew were there, cataloging the straight lines and deciding no thorn bush could ever create. He saw how they ran parallel, how they were grouped in spots easily hidden by a long-sleeved school uniform. Izuku's resolve began to waver under that silent, knowing gaze. He wanted to look away, hide, but he was paralyzed. Finally, after a brief eternity, Aizawa let out a slow sigh, a tired sound filled with something Izuku couldn't quite define. He leaned back in his chair, breaking the intense eye contact. Good, he said, his voice returning to its usual monotone. Old cuts. The words were agreement, but the tone was anything but. It was a rejection of the lie, not an acceptance. Izuku knew, with a certainty that made him shiver, that Aizawa didn't believe a word of it. He was being granted a temporary reprieve, a chance to retreat, but the subject wasn't closed. It had simply been shelved. Aizawa stood up, stretching with a soft groan. Recovery girl wants to keep you under observation overnight. Don't push it. problem child. He turned and headed for the door without another word. Aizawa-sensei. The word was a desperate whisper, but it was enough. Aizawa paused, his hand on the doorframe, and looked back. Izuku swallowed hard, shame burning his cheeks. Do you have, he began, his voice barely audible. Do you have a sweater? Or a jacket? Something? Aizawa looked at him, his expression unreadable. He glanced down at his simple black long-sleeved shirt, then seemed to remember what he was wearing over it. Without saying a word, he removed the incredibly comfortable-looking dark gray sweater. He returned to the bed and dropped it at the foot of the mattress. It was a simple, modest garment, but right now it was a lifeline. Don't lose it, Aizawa said gently, his gaze lingering on Izuku for another second. In that look, Izuku saw something, not pity, but a glimmer of understanding, an unspoken message that this conversation wasn't over, not even remotely. Then, he turned and walked out, closing the door softly behind him. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Izuku alone in the sterile silence of the infirmary. He slowly lowered the blanket, staring at his arms. He slowly reached for the sweater. It was still warm from his teacher's body and smelled faintly of coffee and the dry, dusty scent that seemed to cling to Aizawa. He pulled it on. The sleeves were far too long, completely swallowing his hands, and the hem fell well past his waist. Didn't care, the only important thing was that his arms were covered. Aizawa knew. He didn't believe him. The relief at his teacher's going away was immediately replaced by a deep, lingering fear. It wasn't over. Aizawa was a man who cared for his students with a fierce, underlying sense of protectiveness. And he'd just seen a side of Izuku no one should ever have seen. Demented, Izuku. An hour and a half had passed since Eraser had left, and Izuku remained staring at the wall in front of him, thinking of nothing. The infirmary door opened softly for the second time, and Izuku turned his head, expecting Recovery Girl. Instead, the skeletal, almost ghostly figure of Toshinori Yagi slipped in, silently closing the door behind him. Young Midoriya, All Might said with a low, worried growl. He pulled a chair closer to the bed, his sunken eyes filled with a familiar worry that always made Izuku's stomach clench. How are you? I heard from your classmates that you collapsed. I'm fine, muttered Izuku, still wearing Shota's long, oversized sweater. Recovery Girl said there were no injuries. She said I just need to rest now. All Might sighed, a tired sound that seemed to carry the weight of the world. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, my boy. This habit of yours. Pushing your body past its breaking point. It's unsustainable. Izuku clenched his jaw. He knew that lesson. He'd heard it a dozen times. One for all is a storm of pure power, All Might continued, leaning forward, his tone serious. Your body is the vessel meant to contain it. Every time you shatter it like this, you create cracks. If you don't give the vessel time to repair and strengthen itself properly, it will never be able to withstand the storm. He paused, looking Izuku straight in the eye. If you don't learn to rest, to allow yourself to recover, you won't grow stronger. You'll just be destroyed. You'll never be able to control One for All. All Might meant it as a warning, the plea of a mentor terrified of watching his successor self-destruct. He saw the fire in Izuku and feared it would consume him before he could learn to control it. His words were meant to be a shield. But Izuku didn't sense the worry. He didn't feel the concern. Filtered through the thick fog of his self-loathing, the words transformed into a verdict. You're creating cracks. You're imperfect. He'll never be able to contain the storm. You're not enough. If you don't learn, you'll never be able to control One for All. You're a failure. You'll never be worthy. The words hit him like a physical punch. A cold fury, directed entirely at himself, rose in his chest, choking the air from his lungs. All Might, his hero, the man who had given him everything, was telling him he couldn't do this. That he was too weak, too reckless. That he was a bad investment. The shame on his face hardened into a fragile, silent mask. He stared at a fixed spot on the white blanket, his knuckles white where his good hand gripped the sheet. I understand, he said. The words were terse, devoid of their usual warmth. All Might blinked, startled by the sudden chill in the room. He had expected shame, maybe even tears of frustration, but not this cold wall. Young Midoriya? I understand All Might, Izuku repeated, his voice dangerously flat. He refused to look up. I need to rest. I'll do better. The promise rang hollow, an empty platitude. An awkward silence fell between them. All Might, for all his heroic prowess, was disoriented. He realized he'd angered the boy, but he couldn't fathom the depth of the misunderstanding. He thought maybe Izuku was just tired and grumpy. He placed a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. The boy flinched, almost imperceptibly. Just be careful, my boy, All Might said softly before rising from his chair. I'll let you rest a bit. As if he hadn't already. He walked to the door, cast one last worried glance at the boy's stiff back and left. The click of the door closing echoed in the silent room, a final sound. For a long moment, Izuku didn't move. He stared at the blanket, All Might's distorted words ringing in his mind. Never being able to control it. Never. A single, hot tear escaped his eyes, tracing a path down his temple and into his hair. Then another. A tight, painful lump in his throat loosened, and a shaky sob escaped. He turned sharply, burying his face in the pillow, trying to muffle the sound. He didn't want anyone to hear. He didn't want to be a burden. But the tears wouldn't stop. They were tears of failure, of frustration, and of the crushing, deep fear that his hero, the only person who should have believed in him, had finally understood the truth, that he had given his power to someone weak. Someone who would never be strong enough. USCK, Izuku. You're useless. And what do you want to become? A hero? Look at you, you're just a waste of space. If I were your mother, I'd regret ever having you. Your father was right to leave. And then there was that voice. It tormented him, wouldn't leave him alone. A bad reminder of how awful he was. But Izuku knew, he was sure, that the voice was right. And no one was going to change his mind. The ride back to the dorms that evening was unnaturally quiet. The usual loud chatter, the playful arguments between Bakugo and Kirishima, Kaminari's tasteless jokes. It all vanished, replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence. The setting sun cast long, dark shadows that seemed to reflect the mood of the class. They shuffled into the common room, the silence wrapping around them like a shroud. No one turned on the TV. No one went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. They simply remained. Lurking. Uraraka sat on the couch, twisting the hem of her uniform shirt between her fingers, her face pale with worry. Ida stood stiffly by the window, his hand slicing through the air in a gesture of anguish rather than command. The only one who acted normally was Katsuki Bakugo. He strode into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and grabbed a bottle of water, his movements abrupt and angry. But his silence was the strongest of all. He didn't shout, he didn't sneer. He simply leaned against the counter, his back to everyone, his shoulders tense. Finally, Kirishima broke the silence. Wow, he sighed, dropping into an armchair. This feels... with him gone. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Todoroki-kun, Yaoyorozu's soft voice pierced the darkness. She was sitting with him, Shiro, and Shinso on one of the larger sofas. They had been the closest. Even though I was there when it happened. What exactly happened? You just said he collapsed. Everyone turned toward them. Bakugo didn't move, but they could all feel his attention shifting. Todoroki stared at his hands, one cold, the other warm, as if reliving the moment he'd grabbed his friend. I don't know exactly, he was fine, I think, he began, his voice low and steady. He was staggering, the mannequin was right there, right in front of him, I told him to take it, but then the time ran out and he'd just collapsed. Yeah, he looked completely out of it, Shiro added, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. I saw him from where I was. He was trying to push his way through, you know. But then he just stopped, like a light going out. His eyes, Todoroki said, looking up. His distant gaze. Just before he fell they were. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He just disappeared. The memory sent shivers down the group's spine. The thought of their vibrant, determined Midoriya looking empty was terrifying. Tactically, his physical condition was rapidly deteriorating, Momo contributed, her hands clasped in her lap. It was clear his body was failing him long before he collapsed. He simply refused to admit it. Shinso, who was leaning back with his arms crossed, spoke for the first time. His voice was calm but sharply insightful. It doesn't have a stop button, does it? He keeps pushing until it breaks. I saw it at the sports festival. It's like he thinks his well-being is an acceptable price to pay for whatever he's trying to achieve. The brutal honesty of that statement hung in the air. It was a truth everyone knew, but rarely spoke out loud. Izuku's altruistic nature was one of his greatest strengths as a hero, but it was also his most terrifying weakness. A muscle in Bakugo's jaw twitched. He slammed the water bottle onto the counter with a loud crack, startling several people. "What's your problem, Bakugo?" Kirishima asked quietly. Bakugo didn't turn around. He simply stared out the kitchen window, into the gathering darkness. "That demon nerd is an idiot," he growled, his words hoarse and strangled. It wasn't an insult. It was a matter-of-fact statement, laced with a thick, unfamiliar emotion that almost sounded like fear. He was angry at Izuku, angry at him for being so reckless with the one thing Bakugo was desperately trying to overcome. The front door opened and Aizawa walked in, his expression more tired than they'd ever seen him. The entire class stiffened. "He's stable," Aizawa said, sparing them the agony of asking. A collective, trembling sigh of relief filled the room. Recovery girl got him. He was pushing too hard, like always. He'll stay in the infirmary overnight for observation. "Don't push him," he added, scanning them all. "He needs to rest. You all need to." With that, he turned and left, his footsteps receding down the corridor. The news that he was stable should have eased the tension, but a heavy residue remained. The central pillar of their class, the boy who burned more than any of them, was exhausted. Without another word, Bakugo rose from the desk and strode out of the common room, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. A moment later, the sound of his bedroom door closing echoed through the now silent dormitory. It wasn't a sound of anger. It was final. It was the sound of a worry too deep and complicated to be shared. Shinso, leaning against the wall, sighed. It sounded tired. "We all saw it coming. Maybe not exactly this. But he's been running on fumes for weeks. Those dark circles under his eyes aren't a fashion statement." He pushed away from the wall. "I'm tired," he announced to the room, though it was clear he didn't just mean physical exhaustion. "I'm going to bed." He left, and the silence he left behind seemed even more oppressive. 5 minutes passed. Then Kirishima spoke. His voice was hoarse. "He pushes himself too hard." It seemed like a simple agreement with what everyone else was saying. But as the words left his mouth, an image flashed through his mind, so vivid and terrifying it made his stomach clench. Izuku stood there, motionless, a knife in his right wrist, just millimeters from his wrist artery. "Me, Midoriya?" Ejiro's voice trailed off. He couldn't say anything else. He hadn't expected to find him there, standing with a knife in his hand. Izuku slowly looked up, his emerald eyes meeting red ones. His expression was blank, his eyes were red and swollen from crying, his cheeks streaked with tears. At that point, Ejiro found his voice and didn't waste a second before speaking. "Put that knife down, Izuku." Kirishima used his given name. Perhaps by using it he would understand how much Ejiro cared for him, how much everyone cared for him. Midoriya didn't do as he was asked. Now, the red-haired boy's voice was serious, leaving no room for argument. Either he put the knife down or he would lunge at Midoriya and take it by force, if necessary. Unfortunately, he had to choose the latter option because, as he took a step closer, Izuku brought the knife even closer, making contact with his skin. Before he could do anything, Ejiro ran towards him and abruptly snatched the knife from his hand. He threw it to the ground, looked at the green-haired boy, and yelled in terror. "What the F are you doing?" Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, but he did nothing to stop them. He simply let them fall and collapse to the floor. Sobs filled the room. He clutched his hair and lay there, crying. Kirishima stood up abruptly, the legs of his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Everyone turned to him. "I have to go," he muttered, not meeting anyone's gaze. He walked away, his shoulders stiff, heading for the solitude of his room. He walked away from the worried faces of his friends, from the suffocating silence of the common room. He walked, hoping with every desperate step that he could somehow escape the memory of that morning, hoping that, if he tried hard enough, he could forget what he'd seen on that rooftop. But he knew he never would. The first thing Izuku noticed was the smell. A deep, enveloping aroma of dark roast coffee, a hint of something sterile like an antiseptic, and the light, comforting musky scent of cat fur. He inhaled deeply, burying his face in the collar of the hoodie he was wearing. It was Aizawa-sensei's. It was huge on him, the sleeves swallowing his hands and the hem reaching mid-thigh, but it was the warmest sensation he'd felt in a long time. A soft beat broke him from his daze. He squinted open his eyes and saw the familiar white ceiling of the infirmary. The morning light, pale and delicate, filtered through the blinds. "Ah, you're awake." Recovering girl's voice was as soft as the light. She was already at his bedside, her small hands deftly controlling the four in his arm. With a practiced motion, she wrapped a cotton ball around the entry point and slid the needle out. The cord was gone. Izuku felt a strange pang of loss when she removed it. "Your vitals are stable, sweetie," she said, her lips pursed in a thin line that wasn't quite a smile. "But you need to eat something." She placed a tray on his lap. It contained a small bowl of rice porridge and a glass of water. Izuku stared at it, the thought of food turning his stomach into a knot of lead. He picked up the spoon anyway. The silence was broken only by the faint clink of porcelain. "Present Mike will be by soon," said Recovery Girl, tidying a nearby counter. "He'll walk you to the dorms. Aizawa insisted you not be alone." Izuku didn't look up from the porridge he was scooping into the bowl. He only gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. The movement seemed to consume all his remaining energy. True to his word, the infirmary door swung open shortly thereafter with a flourish that was immediately stifled. Present Mike stood in the doorway, his signature leather jacket and sunglasses still in place, but his usually booming voice was low. "Hey, little listener. Ready to get out of this?" Izuku slid out of bed, his socked feet silent on the cold linoleum. He pulled the sleeves of Aizawa's sweatshirt down over his hands, a nervous habit. Izuku slowly bent down to put on his shoes, but Present Mike stopped him. "Here, let me help you." He knelt down, picking up Izuku's red sneakers from the floor. Without saying a word, he slipped his foot into one, carefully tying the laces. The gesture was so fatherly, so unexpectedly tender, that Izuku had to bite his lip to keep from shaking. The walk to the dormitory was quiet. Present Mike, for once, seemed content to let the silence hang in the air, only occasionally glancing at the small, green-haired student trudging beside him. "So," Mike began casually, "this is a new look for you. You stole it from old Shoyuta?" He pointed to the black hoodie. Izuku looked down at the soft fabric. "He gave it to me," he muttered, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Yesterday when I woke up. I was cold." Mike nodded slowly, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. "That's Shoyuta. Grumpy on the outside, but a real softy on the inside. Don't tell him I said that." He tried to sound cheerful, but it came out bland in the empty hallway. They took a few more steps. "He was really worried about you, kid. We all were." Izuku didn't say anything. He just pulled up his collar, burying his chin in the fabric. What could he say? "I'm sorry I made you worry? I'm not worth it?" Those words were a bitter pill he couldn't swallow. When they reached the entrance to Dorm 1A, the doors swung open before Mike could even touch them. Uraraka arrived first, her face lined with concern, Ida slicing through the air beside her, and Todoroki standing right behind them, his heterochromatic eyes wide. "Deku-kun!" Uraraka shouted, running forward but stopping just before touching him. "Are you okay?" "Midoriya-kun!" Ida exclaimed. "We were deeply concerned for your well-being. Are you okay?" The rest of the class began to pour into the common room, a chorus of worried questions overwhelming Izuku. He felt the walls tighten, their kindness a crushing weight on his chest. He forced a smile, a fragile smile that he was sure was more like a grimace. "I'm fine," he said, the lie tasting like ash in his mouth. "Really?" I just overdid it a little. You know me. Present Mike placed a firm hand on his shoulder, shielding him. Okay, give the listener some space. He needs to rest. Come on, Midoriya. I'll take you to your room. He led Izuku through the sea of worried faces, up the elevator, and down the hallway to his door. Mike lingered a moment as Izuku fiddled with his key. Listen, Mike said, his voice serious now. If you need anything, and I mean anything at all, you text me or Aizawa. Day or night. Got it? Izuku nodded, finally managing to unlock the door. Got it? Thank you, sensei. He slipped inside and closed the door, the soft click of the latch echoing in the sudden, profound silence. He leaned against the wood for a long moment, the muffled sounds of his classmates downstairs fading into a dull hum. Slowly, reverently, he took off Aizawa's sweatshirt. He folded it with meticulous care, smoothing out the wrinkles, and placed it on the corner of his desk. The scent of coffee and comfort was gone, replaced by the sterile air of his own room. He didn't look at his All Might posters. He didn't glance at his hero analysis notebooks. He walked, silent and mechanical, into his attached bathroom and locked the door. The fluorescent light was harsh and unforgiving. He stared at his reflection, at the dark circles under his eyes, the hollowed-out look of his cheeks. He didn't recognize the boy staring back. He opened the cabinet, his hand moving with a grim, practiced familiarity. He bypassed the toothpaste and the bandages, his fingers closing around a small, silver blade he kept hidden in the back. It was a punishment he deserved. For being weak. For worrying everyone. For failing. It was a pain he could control. He sat on the cold tile floor, rolled up his pant leg, and pressed the blade against the pale skin of his ankle, where no one would ever see. The sharp, clean line was a release of pressure, a silent scream in a world that was too loud. A single drop of blood welled up, crimson and stark against his skin, and he watched as another, and then another, followed, tracing a path down to the floor. He didn't cry. He just felt empty. Outside his door was a world of friends who cared and teachers who worried. But in here, on the cold tile floor, there was only a silence that the pain could not fill. The burning in his forearm was a dull, familiar throb, a feeling of grounding in a sea of overwhelming noise. Izuku rinsed the thin red line under the cold tap, his movements practiced and detached. He carefully dried the area, applied the antiseptic with a grimace, and placed a small bandage over the most recent mark, hiding it among the network of older, lighter scars. He pulled down the sleeve of his green long-sleeved shirt, tugging it to ensure it completely covered his wrist. He should have only cut his ankles, but he was so frustrated and angry with himself that the blade had ended up in his arms as well. Taking a deep, shaky breath, he opened the bathroom door and stepped out, trying to maintain a neutral expression. The effort died in his throat. Katsuki sat on his bed, frowning as he leafed through one of his hero analysis journals. Izuku froze, his blood running cold. Kaken? What are you doing here? His voice was weak and shrill. You can't come in without asking. Katsuki didn't look up from his notebook. He simply clicked his tongue, a high-pitched, irritated sound that echoed in the tense silence of the room. The door was open. I wanted to ask you about the crappy notes you took in Aizawa's class. It was a lie. He had come to check on Izuku, even though he would never admit it out loud. He finally snapped the notebook shut and tossed it onto the bed, his crimson eyes fixed on Izuku. His gaze was sharp, analytical. He noticed Izuku's stiff posture, the way his hands were clenched into fists at his sides. Show me your arms, Katsuki said. It wasn't a question. It was a command, low and flat. A jolt of pure panic ran through Izuku. He forced a smile, swaying. What? My arms are fine, Kaken, see? He held them out slightly, keeping his wrists bent and his sleeves tightly wrapped. Don't play dumb with me, Deku, Katsuki said, his voice rising into a dangerous growl. He stood up, his presence suddenly filling the entire room, making it feel small and suffocating. I saw you walk into the bathroom looking like you were about to collapse. Now you come out smelling of disinfectant. How long has he been following me? Did he see me go into the bathroom? Has he been following me since I got back? Deku, Katsuki's voice was low. Let me see your effing arms. They're fine. Izuku insisted, his voice cracking. He took a step back, but his back was already against the bathroom door. There was nowhere to go. It's nothing really. I just cut myself shaving. It's stupid. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. You don't shave your arms. In a flash, he closed the distance between them. Before Izuku could react, Katsuki's hand snapped out, his grip like an iron vice on Izuku's wrists. Izuku let out a cry, a small, frightened sound, and tried to break free, but Katsuki's strength was absolute. With a firm tug, Katsuki pulled his sleeves up to his elbows. And then he stopped. The world seemed to stop with him. Izuku's breath caught, trapped in his chest. He watched, horrified, as Katsuki's eyes traced the chaotic road map on his forearms. A messy series of pale, silvery lines, some faded with age, intertwined with the angry, raised red of the more recent additions. The fresh bandage stood out, a stark white flag of surrender. Katsuki's grip loosened slightly, his thumbs grazing a particularly old scar near Izuku's elbow. His voice, when he finally spoke, was a hoarse, strangled whisper. What the hell is this? Izuku couldn't look him in the eye. He was staring at a stain on Katsuki's black shirt, his face burning with shame. They're old, he muttered, the lie tasting like ash in his mouth. Accidents. From training and stuff like that when we were kids. They're just old accidents. I'm not effing stupid, Katsuki snapped, his voice regaining its edge, but now it was different. It was a fragile anger hiding something else. Something shaken. Accidents aren't like that. They're not parallel. I'm not doing anything. Izuku finally snapped, jerking his arms free. As soon as Katsuki let go, he quickly pulled down his sleeves, hiding the evidence as if that would somehow erase what Katsuki had seen. He turned away, desperate to put a wall between them again. I have homework. I didn't finish yesterday's. I have to do it. The excuse was so flimsy, so obviously desperate, that it hung in the air between them, pathetic and weak. A tense silence stretched on for what seemed like an eternity. Izuku felt Katsuki's gaze piercing his back. I'm not an idiot, Izuku, Katsuki said in a low, guttural voice. Using his given name felt like a physical blow. I know they're not accident scars. Izuku didn't turn around. He couldn't. He stood there, trembling, waiting for the explosion. It came in the form of the door. With a sudden, violent motion, Katsuki turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with enough force to rattle the posters on Izuku's walls. The click of the latch settling into place was deafening. Izuku was left alone in the sudden, crushing silence. He stared at the vibrating wood of the door, seeing not the All Might poster taped to it, but the look in Katsuki's eyes. The dawning, horrified understanding. The anger that wasn't just anger. He stood there for a long, long time, just staring at the door, while the hidden cuts beneath his sleeve began to throb with a fresh, searing pain. DMN Izuku. The click of Izuku's door latch sounded unnaturally loud in the sudden, suffocating silence of the hallway. Katsuki stood there for a long moment, the image of those sharp, bold lines on his childhood friend's arms burning the backs of his eyelids. It was a bloody fresco of pain he hadn't known existed, hidden just beneath his sleeve. Bile, hot and acidic, rose in his throat. He didn't know what to feel. He felt a sickening jolt of guilt, a cold wave of fear, but both were drowned out by a wave of pure, incandescent rage. It was easier to be angry. Anger had a direction. Anger had a target. Katsuki turned on his heel, his movements abrupt and violent. He strode down the hallway, each step a small explosion against the floorboards. He burst into the common room, a cloud of fury in human form. Several of his classmates were scattered around the sofas. Kirishima was the first to notice, his usual bright smile faltering. Hey, Bakugo buddy, are you okay? You look like you're about to kill someone. Uraraka, always careful when it came to Deku, straightened up. Bakugo-kun? Is Deku-kun okay? Her question was like a lit match to her fuse. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a sound more animalistic than human. Get out of my way, he growled, not looking at any of them. He pushed past a frightened Zero, his gaze fixed on the corridor leading to the teacher's offices. The common room fell into a tense, confused silence as they watched him leave. He didn't knock. The door to Aizawa's office slammed open with such force that it slammed against the inner wall, rattling the framed photographs. Aizawa was at his desk, a mountain of paperwork in front of him. Hisashi, present Mike, was leaning against a filing cabinet, mid-sentence. Both men froze, turning to face the intrusion. Hisashi's sunglasses couldn't hide his surprise. Hey, little listener, what's the big idea? Katsuki ignored him. His crimson eyes locked onto Aizawa's tired, dark ones. The anger that had been a roaring inferno inside him now had its target. You knew, he blurted out, his voice low and dangerously shaky. You effing knew, and you didn't tell me. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but a glimmer of understanding, of weary resignation, crossed his eyes. Hisashi's casual posture straightened, the relaxed energy evaporating as he instantly grasped the gravity of the unspoken topic. They both knew exactly what and who Katsuki was talking about. Bakugo, Aizawa began, his usual raspy purr, but with a heavier edge. Don't call me Bakugo. Katsuki roared, stepping forward and slamming his palms on the desk. The papers jolted. Those on his arms. You knew about it. When? Yesterday, Shota said, his face impassive. He wouldn't give in to Katsuki's anger. When he collapsed, he was in the infirmary bed, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, that's when I saw them. And you didn't think to tell me? Katsuki's voice cracked with fury that was beginning to fray, revealing the deep panic beneath. I'm the one who. You should have told me. Tell you what, Bakugo? Shota interrupted, his voice sharp and cutting, silencing Katsuki's tirade. That the damage is already done? That we have a student secretly harming himself? My first responsibility was to him, to his privacy and his immediate safety. What's done is done. All we can do now is try to prevent this from getting worse. The brutal finality of his words seemed to knock the air from Katsuki's lungs. The anger subsided, leaving behind the cold, horrible truth. The damage is done. Then, Shota's expression darkened further, a shadow of deep sorrow settling across his face. And it's worse, he said, his voice almost a whisper. It's much worse than just the cut. Katsuki stared at him, his mind racing, trying to process, trying to deny. Yesterday, Shota continued, his eyes piercing Katsuki's, forcing him to see the whole, horrific picture. Midoriya tried to take his own life. Twice. Once at night, the other when he returned to the dormitories after passing out before lunch. The world tilted. The rage, the guilt, the fear, it all evaporated, replaced by a hollow, ringing void. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Izuku's behavior that morning. The unnatural quietness, the absence of his incessant, hopeful muttering. The way he had looked at Katsuki when he'd left for class, a small, sad smile that didn't reach his eyes. It wasn't just an off day. It was a goodbye. The strength fled from Katsuki's legs. He stumbled back a step, his hands falling from the desk. The sound of his own breathing was loud and ragged in the silent office. His voice, when he finally found it, was a ghost of his usual self, a broken, hollow whisper. I knew, he breathed, the realization crashing down on him with the weight of a collapsing building. He was acting strange all morning. I knew something was wrong. A new wave of something hotter and more powerful than anger washed over him. It was guilt, self-loathing, and a furious protective instinct, all fused into one monstrous emotion. Suddenly he straightened. His eyes, lost in memory, were now hard and determined. He turned on his heel and strode toward the door. Hey kid, wait. Hisashi leaped from his spot, blocking his path. Where are you going? Katsuki didn't slow his pace. He strode past the taller man, bumping his shoulder into his chest. His hand was on the doorknob when he answered, his voice a low, murderous promise. I'm going to kill that effing Deku. Bakugo, this isn't a good idea, Aizawa warned from his desk, his tone tired, as if he'd already foreseen how this would end. It would be better if you didn't. Katsuki looked back, his red eyes glowing with a terrifying light. I don't give a fing shit. He threw open the door and left, leaving a trail of simmering violence in his wake. Hisashi turned to Shota, a look of alarm on his face. Shota, we can't let him go. He'll do what he has to do, Aizawa interrupted, leaning back in his chair with a deep, exhausted sigh. He rubbed his eyes, the image of a man who knew he was fighting a losing battle. Let him go. He looked at the empty door, the chaos Katsuki had left behind only a taste of what was to come. It's going to be a disaster, he muttered to Hisashi and himself. The worst has just begun. D'you it, problem child? The words from Aizawa's office echoed in Katsuki's head, a relentless, pounding drum against his skull. 2 attempts. In 1 fang day. Ice coursed through Katsuki's veins, quickly followed by a white-hot rage that threatened to consume him completely. He didn't remember the walk back to the Heights Alliance dorms. His feet moved automatically, each step a hammer blow on the pavement, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were bone-white. All he could see was the ghostly image of a younger, quirkless, tearful Izuku, and his own mocking face, his own careless, cruel words. If you want to be a hero so badly, why don't you take a swan dive of the roof of a building? He slammed the common room's main door open with such force that it slammed against the wall, the sound cutting through the casual evening chatter like a gunshot. Everyone gasped. Uraraka dropped a book. Shiro, who was laughing with Kaminari on the couch, jumped violently. Bakubro? What the hell? Kirishima asked, standing up slightly, his face covered in concern. It was him he was looking for, Ejiro. UF knew, right? Katsuki yelled, grabbing him by the collar. Ejiro knew exactly what he was referring to. Bak? He was interrupted by Katsuki, who shouted again. When you ran from the cafeteria, you came here and stopped him. Why the F didn't you tell me? That was the breaking point. Ejiro, against all his will, blurted out. What did you expect me to do? To walk into class and scream, "Hey guys, I just saw Midoriya trying to kill himself by slitting his wrist? What the f was I supposed to do? Tell me, Katsuki. What were you going to do if you were on my place?" A collective gasp rippled through the common room. Ejiro's words echoed in the minds of every student in the room. Ejiro's blood ran cold as he realized what he had just said. He looked at Katsuki's eyes, which widened and then shone with pure sadness. I wasn't supposed to say that. Sheet. After what seemed like an eternity, the blonde-haired boy let go of Kirishima, his eyes now burning with pure rage. Katsuki's burning gaze scanned the room, registering no one. His eyes were fixed on a single destination. Get out of my way, he growled, in a low, guttural voice that sounded like a threat. He didn't wait for a response. He strode past them, his path a straight, furious line toward the elevators and up to Izuku's floor. He reached Izuku's door and didn't bother with the handle. He kicked it open. The door crashed against the inside wall, shaking the All Might posters covering it. There, at his desk, sat Midoriya. A pencil in his hand, a textbook open in front of him. He was doing his homework, the image of the stagecoach. He looked up, his large green eyes blinking in surprise, a flash of fear crossing his face at that violent intrusion. That banal, peaceful image shattered something inside Katsuki. In 3 long strides, he crossed the room. Kaken, what? He was abruptly interrupted by Katsuki, who grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt, hauling him up from the chair so that his toes barely touched the floor. The chair rattled a useless noise behind him. What the F is wrong with you? Katsuki roared, his face inches from Izuku's. But why did you do this? Izuku's surprise dissolved into a horrified, dawning realization. He knew. Of course, he knew what Katsuki was talking about. His face scrunched up, the would-be hero transformed into a broken child. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes, streaming down his freckled cheeks. Kaken, he muttered, weakly raising his hands to grasp Katsuki's wrists. I don't know. That was the worst possible answer. The uncertainty, the weakness, the utter surrender in his voice. They were fuel to the fire of Katsuki's terror and rage. The slap was a sharp, sharp crack in the tense silence of the room. Izuku's head snapped to the side, a bright red mark already forming on his cheek. He stared at the wall, his eyes wide and unseeing, tears frozen on his face. He remained completely still. "You are an idiot!" Katsuki shouted, shaking him again, the fabric of his shirt groaning under the strain. "A stupid, useless idiot. You think this is a game? You think you can just give up? After all the power you've been given, would you throw it away? You're so effing stupid." Izuku didn't react. He remained perfectly still, limp in Katsuki's grip, completely consumed by the shock of the blow and the venom in his words. "Bakugo!" Kirishima's voice pierced the haze. He and Todoroki stood in the ruined doorway, their expressions a mixture of shock and horror. Behind them, Shiro, Kaminari, and a grim-faced Hitoshi crowded the room, drawn by the commotion. Todoroki's eyes, one gray and one turquoise, were half-closed, a dangerous coldness emanating from him as he took in the scene, the red mark on Izuku's face, Katsuki's violent grip. At the sight of them, something in Katsuki's furious posture deflated, not into calm, but into something colder, more lethal. He let go of Izuku's collar. Izuku staggered back, clutching the desk, his gaze still distant and unfocused. Katsuki took a step forward, invading Izuku's space one last time. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper, more terrifying than all his screams. "Listen to me, Deku," he whispered, the words cutting like glass. "If you ever try something like this again, I will kill you myself. Do you understand?" And with that, Katsuki walked away, pushing his classmates aside, and noisily making his way to his dorm. In his room, Izuku remained paralyzed, one hand hovering near his aching cheek, the echo of Katsuki's final threat hanging in the air like a doom. He remained motionless, trapped between his raging rage and the terrifying, twisted promise that had just been imprinted on his soul. Izuku collapsed to his knees, his head hanging, ashamed of himself. Kirishima was the first to move, his usual bright energy replaced by a cautious gentleness. He took a hesitant step into the room. "Izuku? Hey buddy. Are you okay? Can you hear me? Do you need some ice?" The question hung in the thick, suffocating air. Izuku didn't look up. He just stared at the floor, his green hair shadowing his eyes. The silence stretched on, each second a painful eternity, until a whisper, fragile as spun glass, broke it. "You told him." Kirishima's eyes widened, knowing full well what he was talking about. "Izuku, no." Izuku lifted his head just enough for them to see the glistening marks on his cheeks. His voice was hoarse, raspy. "It was you, wasn't it, Ijiro?" The use of his given name was a silent stab, a reminder of the trust they shared. "You knew. You were the only one who knew about both times. You told him." "What? No." Ijiro's denial was immediate, his voice laced with genuine pain. He took another step forward, his hands raised in a conciliatory gesture. "Izuku, I swear on my life I would never do that. I didn't tell him anything." "You did it," Izuku insisted, his voice taking on a desperate, hoarse tone. He began to rock slightly, a small movement of self-consolation. "You must have done it. No one else knew. No one." Shiro and Kaminari exchanged worried glances, completely lost. Todoroki's mismatched eyes were fixed on Izuku, his usual stoicism tinged with deep, analytical concern. Hitoshi leaned against the doorframe, his expression unreadable but his fists clenched at his sides. Just as Kirishima was about to protest again, two figures appeared behind the students. Aizawa, his face a grim mask, and Hisashi, whose vibrant personality was completely muted by the gravity of the situation. The students parted without a word to let them pass. Aizawa's tired eyes swept around the room, taking in the scene, the anguished students, Kirishima's pained expression, and the broken boy curled up on the floor. His gaze landed on Izuku, and something in the boy's posture seemed to change, stiffening even further. Izuku snapped his head up, his wild, tear-filled eyes fixed on his teacher. The accusation in them was so powerful, so absolute, it felt like physical force. You, he whispered, the word a blade of pure betrayal. It was you. You told him. The room fell silent. Hisashi clapped a hand to his mouth, his eyes wide with mounting horror. Ejiro stared at his teacher, his mind reeling. Aizawa didn't flinch. He met Izuku's gaze, his expression unchanging. After a moment that seemed eternal, he nodded with a single, decisive nod. Yes. The confession shattered what little composure Izuku still had. A guttural sound escaped his throat, a sob of utter desperation. He clutched his hair, clenching his fists in his green curls, his breathing becoming labored and shallow. No, you shouldn't have, he gasped, his words tumbling. You shouldn't have told him. Not to him. Not to anyone else but him. He shouldn't have known. He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. The repetition was a frantic mantra, his body beginning to shake violently. He was falling fast. Shota recognized the signs immediately. He was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. With 2 long strides, he was in front of Izuku, kneeling down at his height. The other boys watched, frozen, as Shota gently but firmly took one of Izuku's trembling hands and pulled it away from his head. He placed it flat on his chest, over his heart. Izuku, he said, his voice low and steady, a strength that solidified the ground amidst the chaos. Do you feel it? It's my heartbeat. It's calm. I need you to breathe with me. In. He inhaled slowly, decisively. And out. Izuku's breath caught, a strangled, panicked gasp. His eyes were wide with terror, lost in space. I can't. He knows. He shouldn't. He knows, Aizawa said, his tone leaving no room for argument but expressing no judgment. We'll deal with this later. Now you just need to breathe. Look at me. Breathe with me. He squeezed Izuku's hand, which was still pressed against his chest. And out. You're okay. Just breathe. While Shota focused entirely on Izuku, Hisashi moved calmly and decisively. He placed a hand gently on Kaminari's shoulder, then on Shiro's. Come on, guys, he murmured softly. Let's give them some space. He led all 3 of them, plus a reluctant Hitoshi, out of the room, gently closing the door behind them, leaving only 3 people in the sudden silence. Kirishima remained rooted to his spot. He watched his teacher expertly help his friend back from the brink, his heart aching for Izuku. He felt so useless, but he couldn't leave. He wouldn't. Slowly, as if not wanting to disturb the fragile peace Aizawa was building, Kirishima knelt on Izuku's other side. He reached out and carefully took Izuku's free hand, the one not on Aizawa's chest. It was cold and clammy. He didn't say a word. He just held it, a firm, constant pressure that said, I'm here. I'm not leaving. You're not alone. Izuku's trembling gasps began to slow, his frantic eyes slowly focusing, first on Aizawa, then on Kirishima. Under the steady rhythm of his teacher's heartbeat and his friend's firm, unwavering grip, the storm inside him began, ever so imperceptibly, to subside. 11:22 a.m. And Izuku had already broke down. It's getting worse, Shota. Recovery girl told him yesterday. That day, things began to fall apart. Katsuki couldn't get the image of Izuku's arms out of his mind, the fact that he'd attempted suicide twice in one day, and that no one had told him. The thought was a monster, a creature with claws digging into his soul. So he did the only thing he could. He shut down. He couldn't look at Izuku without seeing a ghost. He couldn't talk to him without tasting the bile of his past cruelty. So he ignored him. He treated him like a black hole, a corner of emptiness. He averted his gaze in the common room, chose different training partners, took longer routes to class just to avoid crossing paths with him. The roaring fire of his anger died down, replaced by the icy terror of his own guilt. Izuku felt it instantly. The first day was confusing. The second was unsettling. The third, a cold, familiar terror began to creep into his bones. Katsuki's anger had always been a confirmation of his existence. It meant he was seen, that he was real enough to provoke a reaction. This new, deliberate void was something entirely different. It was an erasure. It felt like a verdict. He was so useless, So pathetic that even Kaken couldn't care anymore. It wasn't even worth the energy of a grin. That single thought was the first crack in his fragile recovery. The invisible threads connecting him to the world began to fray. He began to believe in silence. He was a burden, a pathetic, broken thing that made everyone uncomfortable. His friends' cheerful greetings began to sound forced, their smiles strained. He saw pity in Uraraka's eyes, stiff concern in Ida's posture, a silent assessment in Todoroki's gaze. He wasn't one of them. He was a problem to be dealt with. So he began to pull away. First, he stopped eating in the bustling cafeteria, opting to take a tray back to the silence of his room. Then he started skipping the group movie nights, claiming he had extra training, a lie no one believed. The hardest part was class. Sitting there, feeling the weight of 20 sets of eyes, imagining their thoughts. There's the kid who tried to kill himself. Be careful what you say around him was unbearable. The air was too thick to breathe. Soon he stopped going to class altogether. He locked the door and drew the curtains, plunging his All Might-themed room into perpetual twilight. He lay in bed, the blankets heavy as lead, the silence of his room roaring in his ears. His phone vibrated incessantly with messages he couldn't read. The knocks on the door went unanswered. The outside world ceased to exist. There was only the room, the darkness, and the suffocating tangle of his thoughts. Class 1A was in a state of silent panic. They still hadn't forgotten what Kirishima had said, of course. But they pretended nothing had happened, knowing that if they opened their mouths about it, Izuku would be even more hurt. He would simply isolate himself and never speak to anyone again. He hasn't been out in 2 days, Uraraka whispered to Ida, her expression heavy with concern. He's not answering our messages. This is a flagrant violation of school rules, Ida declared, slicing the air with his hand, but his stiff movements failed to hide the fear in his eyes. More importantly, it's deeply concerning for Midoriya's well-being. Aizawa turned to the class, his expression grim. Midoriya is taking a leave of absence for health reasons. He's still a student here. Your job is to focus on your studies and support each other when you can, without being intrusive. They took this to heart. Led by Ida and Yaoyorozu, they organized a system. Every day, a different pair of students took meticulous notes for every single lecture. They copied everything from present mix enthusiastic English grammar rules to ectoplasm's complex calculus equations, creating a second, perfect set of notes just for Izuku. Every evening, Ida gathered the day's notes. He straightened the pages, placed them in a neat folder, and headed to Izuku's dorm. He knocked, firmly but respectfully. Midoriya-kun. It's me, Ida. I brought you today's class notes to make sure you don't fall behind on your homework, he announced through the sealed door. Sometimes, after a long silence, the door would crack open just enough for a pale, trembling hand to emerge. Ida would gently place the folder inside, and the hand would withdraw, slamming the door shut without a word. Other times there was no response, and Ida would shove the folder under the door, his heart heavy. Inside, Izuku gathered the pages. They were a testament to the kindness he didn't deserve. He saw Kirishima's square, encouraging handwriting, Uraraka's lively handwriting with little smiley faces in the margins, Yaoyorozu's elegant, perfect handwriting. Each page was a new wave of guilt. They were working harder because of him. They were taking time away from their laborious hero studies, time they could have used for training or homework to indulge his weakness. He was a parasite, draining the energy and goodwill of those around him. It wasn't just a burden, it was actively making their lives more difficult. The guilt was physical, a corrosive substance eating away at him from the inside. It demanded an outlet, a punishment. He needed to be punished for what it was costing them. He found one of the box cutters he used to repair his costumes. The blade was small, sharp, and brutally efficient. He sat on the edge of the bathroom floor, the cold tiles a stark contrast to the burning shame in his chest. He looked at the neat stack of Ida's notes on his desk. He thought of their kind faces, of the effort they were making for someone so broken. This is for making Ida worry, he thought, and a thin red line appeared on his thigh, hidden beneath his shorts. The pain was sharp, ingraining. For a moment, it was all he could feel, eclipsing the crushing weight in his soul. This is for making Uraraka sad. Another line, deeper this time. This is for oppressing Yaoyorozu. For Kirishima. For Todoroki. For all of them. The pain was a perverse form of atonement. It was a transaction. They had given him kindness, and in return, he had paid with his blood. It seemed right. It seemed fair. In his twisted state of mind, it was the only way to restore balance. He would clean the wounds carefully, meticulously, hiding the evidence of his penance. The secret was his alone, a dark ritual performed in the silence of his self-imposed prison. It was not a secret at all. Shota, Hizashi, and Katsuki knew. And probably Todoroki and Kirishima too. Meanwhile, Bakugo was unraveling. The silence he had created was eating him alive. Every empty seat in the classroom, every whispered conversation about Midoriya-kun, every time Ida knocked on that dead-silent door, was a new twist. He saw the folders of notes, and a toxic mix of anger and self-loathing boiled in his stomach. Anger at Deku for his demed weakness, and a much more powerful and suffocating self-loathing for being the one who pushed him to this point. He couldn't take it anymore. One evening, after seeing Ida leave another folder at the door, Bakugo rushed down the hallway. His hands crackled with small, contained explosions. He didn't know what to do. Scream? Apologize? Drag Deku out of the room by his stupid green hair? He had no plan. He just knew the silence had to end. He hammered on the door, his fist hitting the wood with a force that echoed throughout the dorm. Open this diamond door right now. Stop hiding like a coward. Silence. I'm not kidding, you worthless nerd. Open up before I knock it down. More silence. A chilling, absolute stillness from within. The kind of silence that feels wrong. A shiver of genuine fear, colder than any he'd ever felt before, ran down his spine. He remembered Aizawa's word that s twice. In one day. Deku. His voice was lower now, the anger replaced by a tremor of panic. He pressed his ear against the door. Nothing. He shook the handle. But with a roar of terror he stepped back and kicked. The lock splintered and the door burst open, slamming against the inner wall. The room was dark, the air thick and stale. The only light came from the hallway, which cut a sharp rectangle across the floor. In the center of that light sat Izuku, on the floor next to his bed. His back was to the door, his shoulders hunched. He didn't even flinch at the violent entrance. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo croaked, entering the room. His eyes adjusted to the darkness and he saw it. The box cutter on the floor. The dark, wet stains on Izuku's gray sweatpants around his thighs. The faint, coppery metallic smell of blood mixed with disinfectant. The world tilted on its axis. The roar in Bakugo's ears was deafening. He saw the neat stack of Class 1A notes on the desk and, next to it, a small blood-stained cloth. He finally understood. The class's kindness, their support. Izuku had twisted it, turning it into a weapon against himself. Izuku slowly turned his head. His eyes were dull, lifeless pools in a gaunt, pale face. There was no surprise, no fear. Just an immense, devastating emptiness. Kaken, he whispered, his voice the dry rustling of leaves. You shouldn't be here. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The angry shouts, the insults, the boasts. They were gone. All that remained was an emptiness in his chest and the name of the boy he'd broken. Why? Katsuki's voice was a low, dangerous growl. He wasn't screaming. Not yet. His silent fury was somehow even more terrifying. Why are you doing this again? The word hung in the air between them, heavy and crushing. Fin. Izuku finally seemed to focus on him. He didn't try to hide his scars. He didn't seem ashamed or scared. He just looked tired, a deep exhaustion that seemed to seep into his bones. It feels good, he said, his voice calm and hoarse, as if he hadn't used it in days. It feels good. Katsuki spat, disbelief clashing with anger. Are you crazy? You're bleeding all over your F&D floor, and you say it feels good. It feels good, Izuku insisted, returning his gaze to the blood. It makes everything else quiet. For a while. He traced the edge of the wound with a hesitant finger, smearing the blood. It makes the voice stop. Katsuki stared at him, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. He felt like he was trying to read a language he didn't understand. The voice? What voice? What the F are you talking about, Deku? Izuku's eyes rose to meet Katsuki's, and for the first time, a flash of raw, unbearable pain pierced the numbness. A single tear traced a clean path between the freckles on his cheek. The voice, he whispered, the words barely audible. The one that tells me I'm useless. Useless. A waste of a quirk that should have been given to someone better. The one that says I'll never be a true hero, that I'm just a frail, fragile imposter waiting to disappoint everyone who ever believed in me. He took a shaky breath, his gaze firm and accusatory. The voice. Kaken. The name hit Katsuki like a physical punch, knocking the air from his lungs. It was his name, but the way Izuku said it, it sounded like a curse. A disease. For a moment, the world tilted on its axis. He saw glimpses of their childhood. A little quirkless Izuku following him, his childish grins, the explosions in his palms, the constant, relentless barrage of insults. Pointless. Pointless. Quirkless Deku. Words he'd thrown like stones, never considering where they might land, or how deep they might sink. This isn't. Katsuki stammered, his fury short-circuiting. He couldn't process it. He couldn't accept it. You don't understand, Izuku said, a note of finality in his tone. He rolled down his pant that had been rolled until then, a gesture now useless. The evidence was everywhere. You wouldn't do this. That broke the thread. The confusion, the growing guilt, everything was incinerated by the familiar heat of anger. It was easier to be angry. Anger was safe. Anger was his armor. Don't even tell me what I can and can't understand, he finally roared, a sound coming from his throat. You think this is the solution? Sitting here and beating yourself up like an idiot? Why are you doing this again? I thought you'd stopped. I thought things were better now. I am, Izuku said, and the statement was so absurd, so utterly unrelated to the reality of the scene, that Katsuki felt his sanity fraying at the edges. That's the problem. What? Class 1A, Izuku muttered, tugging at a loose thread from his sleeve. Everyone's so kind. Uraraka-san, Ida-kun, Todoroki-kun. Everyone. They tell me I'm amazing. They tell me I'm strong. They look at me like I'm a hero. He laughed, a broken, hollow sound, devoid of humor. And every time they do it, their voice gets louder. They yell at me. They tell me I'm a liar, that I'm deceiving them. They say if they knew the truth, if they knew how weak and pathetic I am inside, they'd hate me. Kindness. It feels like pressure. It's too much. It's a burden I can't bear. Katsuki stared at him, his mouth open. The logic was so twisted, so fundamentally flawed, it made his head spin. All those years, all Izuku had ever wanted was to be accepted, to have friends, to be considered an equal. He'd cried, fought, and broken bones for it. And now? Now he sat there, bleeding on the floor, blaming the very people who had given him what he wanted. You're an idiot, Katsuki seethed, his words dripping with venomous anger born of deep, primal frustration. A complete and utter idiot. He lunged forward, grabbing the front of Izuku's shirt and lifting him halfway up. Izuku's head lolled back, his eyes wide with surprise but not fear. You chased them? Katsuki shouted, his face inches from Izuku's. You cried because you had no friends. You followed me around like a puppy, begging for a little attention. And now that you have it, now that these perfect, golden people think you've hung the moon, you say it's their fault? You blame them for being kind to you? Are you that if I'm broken? Izuku just stared at him, expressionless. The lack of reaction, the absolute emptiness in his eyes, was more infuriating than any argument. Katsuki needed a reaction. He needed to fight. He needed something, anything, to break that terrifying calm. His control shattered. Without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped Izuku. The sound was incredibly loud in the small room. A dry, wet snap that seemed to suck all the air out. Izuku's head snapped to the side, and a bright red mark immediately appeared on his pale cheek. The shock of the impact finally showed in his eyes, A glimmer of pain, of betrayal. Katsuki's hand tingled, a phantom pain echoing the violence of the act. He stared at the red mark, the single tear that finally escaped, and it ran down his cheek, and a wave of nausea washed over him. "You're so effing stupid," Katsuki said in a strangled voice, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He let go of Izuku's shirt. Izuku slumped to the floor in a boneless heap. He didn't make a sound. He didn't touch his cheek. He landed, limp and broken, and stayed there. Katsuki couldn't breathe. The room was suffocating. The smell of blood, the sight of All Might posters smiling across the scene, the boy's absolute stillness on the floor. It was too much. He had to leave. He turned, threw open the door, and fled. He didn't turn around. He couldn't. He slammed the door behind him, the sound of final, brutal punctuation mark on the horror he was leaving behind. He ran to his room, opened the door, entered, and slammed it behind him. "It feels good." Those 3 words haunted him for the rest of the evening. Back in Izuku's room, Midoriya remained on the floor. The burning on his cheek was a dull, distant ache, a counterpoint to the sharper pain in his arm. He didn't move. He didn't cry. He lay there, curled up on the blood-stained wood, listening to the oppressive silence. The voice in his head was silent now. Finally, blissfully silent. All that remained was an immense, echoing void, and the silent confirmation of what he'd always known to be true. It was a burden. It was useless. And he'd finally managed to prove it to the only person who'd always known it. Katsuki started to ignore him again. Kirishima, Shiro, Kaminari, Todoroki, and Shinso were the group who decided to talk to Katsuki. They had to stop him from ignoring Izuku. Things were getting worse. Ever since Katsuki started ignoring Deku, Izuku's mental state had worsened. Aizawa-sensei had found him on the UA roof several times, he'd found him in his room cutting himself too many times, and Izuku wasn't eating anymore, wasn't going to class anymore, and wouldn't speak to anyone other than Aizawa or Yamada-sensei. They were all trying to help Izuku, but between his suicidal thoughts and Katsuki ignoring him, he was just regressing. He wasn't getting better. He was getting worse. Class 1A couldn't afford that. So, these 5 students came forward and decided to go talk to Katsuki. The Heights Alliance dormitory common room was enveloped in a tense, suffocating silence. It wasn't the comfortable quiet of late-night study sessions or the peaceful calm after a hard day of training. It was a heavy silence, thick with unspoken words and anxieties that clung to the air like humidity before a storm. 5 figures stood in a loose, uncertain semicircle, their gaze fixed on the 6th, who was purposely ignoring them. Katsuki was meticulously cleaning his gloves on the low table, every movement crisp, precise, and loud in the silent room. A wipe, a polish, the click of a buckle. Every sound was a brick in the wall he had built around himself over the past 3 days. Eijiro, always the brave heart of the group, took the first timid step forward. His usual bright, dazzling smile was absent, replaced by a line of genuine concern. "Bakugo," he began, his voice lower than usual, trying not to set off the mine he was approaching. "Dude, we need to talk." Bakugo didn't look up. "I have nothing to talk about, shitty hair." The sound of metal on fabric was his only other response. Shiro shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "It's about Midoriya, man," he said, trying to sound casual, but it came out completely flat. "We're worried. Midoriya hasn't left his room at all, not even for class," Denki added, his voice unusually low. "He's not answering messages, he's not eating with everyone. He just seems absent." Hitoshi was leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed. His perpetually tired eyes were half closed. "He looks like a ghost. And you're making it worse." That statement elicited a reaction. Bakugo's hands stilled. Slowly, deliberately, he placed a polishing cloth on the table. When he finally raised his head, his crimson eyes burned with a cold fire that was somehow more terrifying than his usual explosive rage. "What did you just say to me, brainwasher?" "You heard me," Shinso said, his voice low and even. "You're ignoring him. You walk out of a room when he enters. You turn your back on him when he tries to speak. Whatever your problem is, it's kicking a guy who's already down. Shoto, who had been silent until then, stepped forward. His expression was as placid as ever, but his heterochromatic eyes radiated a deep, analytical gravity. It's illogical, Bakugo. Aizawa-sensei told us to keep an eye on him. Your blatant avoidance is the opposite. It's actively harmful. He's watching you whether you like it or not. Your silence is louder than any outburst you might have. Bakugo's knuckles were white where he gripped the edge of the table. A low growl rumbled in his chest. You extras don't know anything. Mind your own business. It's our business, Kirishima insisted, his voice rising with frustration and pain. He's our friend. And he's yours too. He's your friend too, Bakugo, even if you're too stubborn to admit it. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you so set at him? What did he do? That was the spark. The landmine exploded. Bakugo leaped to his feet, the table shaking as he slammed his hands on it. The piece of the glove fell to the floor, forgotten. My problem, he roared, his voice cracking with such raw fury that it made them all flinch. You want to know what my problem is? My problem is that DMN idiot thinks he's completely alone. My problem is that he has an entire army of idiots like you willing to follow him to the ends of the earth, and he still thinks he has to carry it all alone. The sheer vehemence of his outburst silenced them. It wasn't just anger. It was something deeper, something disjointed and pained. He thinks the only way out is to leave, to die. Bakugo continued, his voice now a hoarse, trembling growl. He pointed upstairs toward Midoriya's room. He thinks no one would care, that we'd all just move on. He's a demon idiot who can't see beyond his own nose. He has a quirk, he has a mother who loves him, he has all you idiots fawning over him, and he still thinks he's worthless. He kicked the leg of the couch, a loud wooden crack echoing through the room. So yeah, I ignore him. Because I'm so demon said I can't even look at him. Said that he threw everything away. Said that he did this to his mother, to All Might. Said that he did this to me. The last two words were barely a whisper, swallowed up by the rage consuming him. He's an idiot. And I can't talk to an idiot right now. The room was heavy with the weight of his confession. The others exchanged glances of dawning, horrified understanding. They'd thought Bakugo was cruel, that he was angry with Midoriya for some perceived slight or weakness. They'd never imagined his anger was a shield for this terrifying, desperate, and helpless sense of worry. He wasn't angry at Izuku, he was angry for him. Angry at the darkness engulfing his oldest friend, a darkness he didn't know how to fight. Bakugo! The new voice was low, but it cut through the charged atmosphere like a knife. Aizawa stood at the entrance to the common room, his capture weapon slung around his neck, his eyes heavy with a familiar, profound tiredness. He looked as if he hadn't slept in a week. He entered the room, his gaze fixed only on Bakugo. The other boys suddenly felt as if they were intruding on something far more personal and painful. You can't keep this up, Aizawa said, his tone leaving no room for argument. I understand you're angry. I'm angry too. But he's falling, and your silence is a weight dragging him down. He sees it as confirmation of every negative thing he thinks about himself. That he's a burden. That he's not worth the effort. Bakugo snorted, turning away to hide the trembling in his hands. Then send him to therapy. Get him a shrink. That's your job, right? Fix your failed students. A look of pain flashed across Aizawa's face, so fleeting it was almost imperceptible. He refused to go, he said, his voice flat and defeated. We've tried to set up a date with Hound Dog 4 times. For times, Izuku locked himself in his room and refused to come out. I can't drag him there. It would only make him retreat further. I don't want to insist to the point that he sees even that as a punishment. The sound Bakugo made was somewhere between a laugh and a sob. It was a horrible, broken noise. He raked his hands through his spiky hair, his whole body trembling with a rage that was so clearly just a different flavor of fear. You think that's the worst? He spat, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial, and utterly terrifying level. The other 4 boys held their breath, a cold terror seeping into their bones. You think his refusal to talk is the problem right now? He turned to look Aizawa in the face, and the look in his eyes was wild, tormented. 3 nights ago, he began, his voice dangerously low, I went upstairs. To his room. I was about to yell at him, drag him out of bed, tell him to stop being such a coward. The door was locked, so I kicked it open. He stopped, swallowing hard. The silence stretched on, thin and fragile. Kirishima felt his heart pounding against his ribs. Shiro felt sick. He was sitting on the floor, Bakugo continued, his voice cracking, the memory flashing in his eyes. His pants were rolled up, and he was just quiet. Too quiet. He took a deep breath, and the last words came out in a choked, horrified rush. He had a razor blade beside him, sensei, and he was cleaning his cuts. A collective gasp ran through the other boys. Kaminari clapped a hand to his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. Todoroki's face paled, his fists clenched at his sides. Kirishima felt the floor give way beneath him, his legs suddenly weak. He didn't know. None of them knew it was so serious. So immediate. So now. They were worried about his mood, his isolation. The reality was a physical, bloody thing happening just 1 floor above them. The only thing they knew was that he had tried to commit suicide twice in a single day. They all looked at Aizawa, expecting shock, alarm, a sudden reaction. But their teacher's face was a mask of deep, infinite pain. The weariness in his eyes sank into an abyss of grief. He didn't seem surprised. He just looked heartbroken. He nodded slowly, a single, heavy movement. I know, Bakugo, he said, his voice incredibly tired. The words fell like stones in the silent room. I've seen it too, more times than you can imagine. Aizawa's gaze shifted to the ceiling, to the room where his most promising and fragile student sat, fresh bandages on his skin and ancient wounds in his soul. That's where I'm going now, Aizawa said, his voice barely a whisper, but carrying the weight of the world. To talk to him. He turned and walked away, leaving the 6 students alone, one shaking with rage, the other 5 processing what they had just discovered. Shota sighed. He knew that the time he'd told Katsuki about Izuku's 2 suicide attempts, things would get worse. In fact, he'd prepared himself. But finding his problem child on the roof of UA, and finding him cutting himself in the bathroom more times than he could count, sent an immense pain through his chest. Eraser cared deeply for Izuku. He didn't treat him differently from the others, of course. But, as so many had already said, it was obvious that he had a spot in his heart for Izuku that no other student had ever had. He'd seen the boy's light fade day by day. He'd stopped eating with his friends, making up polite but firm excuses. He spent every moment training until he collapsed or holed up in his room. He knew it. He was trying to escape his thoughts. The others had tried to contact him. Uraraka's gentle questions had been met with strained smiles, Ida's formal concerns had been deflected with reassurances like, he was just analyzing, and Todoroki's silent company was tolerated but not welcomed. He understood why Katsuki was angry, he was too. But Bakugo was making things worse by ignoring Izuku. Aizawa knew he couldn't let this continue. This wasn't just a student having a hard time, this was his student. He couldn't watch as Izuku was destroying himself. He reached the door and knocked softly, his knuckles tapping against the wood. Midoriya? No response. He knocked again, a little louder this time. Problem child, it's Aizawa. Open up. Still nothing. A familiar spiral of rational yet powerful fear tightened in his chest. He heard something from inside, a faint, rhythmic scratching. He pressed his ear against the door. It wasn't a cry for help, but the frantic rustling of a pen on paper. That was enough. He pulled the master key from his pocket. It felt like an intrusion, a violation of the trust he'd been trying to cultivate, but concern overrode protocol. The lock clicked softly and he opened the door. The room was a whirlwind of organized chaos, centered on the desk. All Might posters watched over stacks of textbooks, abandoned workout equipment lay in a heap near the closet, and a half-eaten protein bar lay forgotten on the bedside table. But the epicenter was Izuku. He was hunched over his desk, a pool of light illuminating his hunched shoulders and the thick mane of his green-black hair. A pair of large red headphones covered his ears, isolating him in a world of his own. His left hand was buried in his hair, tugging at strands, while his right moved with feverish intensity, filling a brand new notebook Future Hero Analysis, Volume 16 with a flurry of notes, diagrams, and frenetic equations. He was completely lost in the world, his entire being poured onto the page. Aizawa stood in the doorway for a long moment, simply observing. He could see the tension in the boy's posture, the rigid line of his spine, the way his jaw was clenched. He wasn't just analyzing, he was exorcising a demon, trying to write a way out of his perceived failure. He was trying to find a variable, a different perspective, a new technique that could change the outcome by just one life-saving second. It was a foolish undertaking, and it was destroying him. Aizawa stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Midoriya didn't even flinch. Moving with the stealth that made him a nightmare for villains, Aizawa crossed the small room and stopped beside the desk. He could see the page now. It wasn't an analysis of any quirk or hero. He was writing about himself, his failures, his thoughts. Shota looked away. Gently, Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. The reaction was instant and violent. Izuku leaped to his feet. He rose from his chair with a strangled gasp, his body stiffened with shock. His headphones were ripped from his head, slamming against the desk, and for a split second the room filled with the imposing, triumphant sound of an orchestral theme, before he lunged for his phone and turned off the music. "Taohensei," he stammered, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and embarrassment. His face, pale and drawn, was now a deep red. Instinctively, he tried to snap the notebook shut, hiding the evidence of his racing thoughts. "I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you knock. I was just—" "Breathe, Midoriya," Aizawa said, his voice low and calm, a stark contrast to the boy's frenetic energy. He kept his hand on Izuku's shoulder, a firm, reassuring presence. Izuku's breathing was labored, his chest heaving. "I'm sorry," he repeated, his gaze darting everywhere but his teacher's face. "I should have paid more attention. It's late. I was just writing some thoughts." Aizawa saw the lie for what it was, a shield. He saw the bags under the boy's eyes, the slight tremor in his hands. He knew that standing and lecturing would only make the boy retreat further into his shell. So, he did something he rarely did. He lowered his defenses. In one fluid motion, Shota knelt on the floor in front of Izuku's chair. He lowered himself, below his student's eye level, forcing Izuku to look down on him. It was a gesture of complete SBMSN in the moment, a silent declaration that he wasn't there as a teacher to DSPLN, but as a person to connect. Izuku stared at him, completely bewildered. "Sensei? What are you?" "Look at me, Izuku," Aizawa said, his voice soft but firm. He waited for those wide, terrified green eyes to finally meet his. "You're not okay." The words hung in the air, simple and undeniable. Izuku opened his mouth, a protest already beginning, but Aizawa interrupted him. "It's okay," he continued, his gaze steady. "It's okay not to be okay. It's not a logical requirement for being a hero to be indestructible, emotionally or physically. I'm fine." Izuku's voice cracked, the carefully constructed dam beginning to give way. "Seriously, I'm just tired, I'm fine." I'm fine, always fine," Aizawa interrupted gently. "You're not okay, and that's okay. Stop saying you're okay when you're not. If I say I'm not okay, then everyone will look at me with pity and treat me like glass." Izuku whispered, the words like poison on his tongue. Aizawa felt his heart break for him. "No," he said. "That's not true, Izuku, and you know it." He reached out a hand, still on Izuku's shoulder, while the other gestured vaguely toward the dorms beyond the wall. "You have friends out there who are worried about you. Ida, Kirishima, Todoroki. Everyone. They see your pain and want to help you bear it. You honor their friendship by letting them feel it. You build walls around yourself, thinking you're protecting them, but you're only isolating the person they want to help the most." Izuku's chin began to tremble. His eyes were glassy with unshed tears. Aizawa continued, knowing he was getting close to the crux of the matter. "And it's not just them. It's the faculty. It's my job to take care of my students. But this goes beyond that. Hisashi worries about you. He asks about you every night. He sees the same brilliant, selfless boy he once was, and it terrifies him. He paused, taking a breath before saying the final, most crucial part. And me. His voice dropped even lower, becoming intensely personal. I've been teaching for a long time, Midoriya. I've seen hundreds of students with powerful quirks and great ambitions. I've made being pragmatic, being logical, my life's work. Not getting attached. He snorted dryly and humorlessly. You made a liar out of me. Izuku's breath caught, a small, hurt sound. From the moment you destroyed yourself in that entrance exam, Aizawa said, his eyes locked with Izuku's, you've consistently defied every logical expectation I had. You have a fire inside you, a relentless, almost insane drive to save everyone, even at your own expense. And while it drives me crazy and makes me want to wrap you in wrapping paper for the rest of your life, it also inspires me. It pushes me to be a better teacher, a better hero. Watching you grow, watching you harness that impossible power. It's been one of the greatest privileges of my career. He leaned a little closer, his voice barely a whisper. So when I see that fire go out, when I see you torn apart in this room alone, it matters. Your well-being isn't just a strategic asset for a society of heroes. It matters to me. You matter to me, Izuku. That was everything. The final stone, carefully placed, that shattered the dam completely. A single tear traced a path down Izuku's freckled cheek. Then another. His face contorted, the stoic mask he'd worn for a week dissolved into the raw, unadulterated pain of a 15-year-old carrying the weight of the world. A strangled sob escaped his lips, raw and painful. He tried to stifle it with his hand, but to no avail. The sobs grew faster, shaking his entire small body. He wasn't analyzing. He wasn't planning. He was just suffering. And then, with a desperate, broken cry, he lunged forward, falling from his chair and wrapping his arms around Aizawa's neck, burying his face in the rough fabric of his capture weapon. He clung to him like a drowning man to a life raft, his tears soaking the material darkness. Aizawa remained frozen for only a second, the unusual gesture foreign to his guarded nature. But he was used to Izuku's breakdowns, and instinct took over. The instinct of a protector, of a teacher, of a man who cared far more than he let on. He wrapped his strong arms around the crying boy, holding him close and holding him tightly. One hand rested firmly on Izuku's back, massaging him with slow, soothing circular motions, while the other reached up to cradle the back of his neck, enveloping him tightly. He offered no platitudes or solutions. He simply held him close, absorbing the shivers and agonized sobs, providing a solid, unmoving anchor in the boy's storm of grief. It's okay, Aizawa murmured into his hair, his voice filled with an emotion he rarely allowed himself to show. Let it all out. You're not alone. I'm right here. He held him for a long time, until the frantic sobs subsided into shaky, exhausted breaths. Pulling back just enough to look at his student's tear-stained, red face, Aizawa kept his hands firmly on his shoulders. You matter, he repeated, his voice resolute, a promise etched in the silence of the room. Never forget that. The gray light of a Sunday morning filtered faintly through the curtains of Izuku Midoriya's dorm room, doing little to dispel the sadness that enveloped him like a second skin. He blinked, the remnants of a restless sleep still clouding his mind, but his first conscious thought was a sharp, unpleasant memory of the night before. Aizawa-sensei. He sighed, the sound escaping his lips more like a deflating balloon than a simple exhalation. The conversation had been difficult. Aizawa had told him when he, present Mike, had told him that everyone cared about him, and he, like a pathetic, stupid child, had cried. The memory still burned, an open wound in Izuku's chest. It was a reminder of his own cowardice, of his inability to accept help, of his deeply held belief that his difficulties were his alone and that revealing them would only make things worse for everyone. He was a hero for All Might's sake. He should have been strong, resilient, not broken. And yet he was. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, the mattress creaking gently in protest. Sunlight was a rare commodity in his soul that day. It was Sunday, a blessed day of rest, free from the rigid schedule of UA high school. For some, it meant relaxation, catching up on sleep, or spending time with friends. For Izuku, it meant quiet, uninterrupted time with his thoughts, which had become increasingly dangerous company. He slowly made his way to his desk, pulling out the worn, modest notebook he kept hidden beneath his textbooks. It wasn't one of his hero analysis journals. No. This was different. Its pages weren't filled with observations on quirks or battle strategies. They were filled with him. Unfiltered. Dangerous. A testament to the silent war raging within him. He picked up a pen, the familiar weight a small comfort in his shaking hand. He opened the notebook to a fresh page, the date already scribbled at the top from a previous session. His gaze lingered on the last entry, a hasty scribble about feeling like a burden, like a useless Deku dragging everyone down. Why am I still here? He wrote, pen scratching against paper, a confession whispered only to himself. The words flowed, a dark poem of pain and desperation. Every day feels like a lie. I smile, I train, I pretend I'm fine, but I'm not. I'm so tired. Tired of fighting, tired of pretending, tired of being myself. The even greater fear that someone would discover how deeply fractured he was inside. The pressure was immense, a crushing weight that threatened to drain him completely. He thought of the villains, the dangers, the responsibility to protect. A life where he constantly had to protect others, yet couldn't protect himself from his own mind, which was often his most brutal enemy. Perhaps it would have been easier. For everyone. If only. He didn't finish the thought, simply left the ellipsis there, heavy and unspoken, his mouth hanging open on the page. The ink ran lightly across the paper, a thin stain, like a tear. He continued writing, pouring out the torrent of self-loathing, the vivid images that sometimes haunted his dreams, the silent desperation that buzzed beneath his skin even on his best days. He wrote of the longing to vanish, of the relief he imagined would come from simply ceasing to exist, freeing everyone from the burden of his presence, his mistakes, his very existence. He recounted the crushing guilt, the incessant feeling of inadequacy, the fear of being only a temporary solution for all might, a shadow of the hero he could never truly be. The words were a torrent, a dam breaking, filling the page with the dark miasma of his soul. The rhythmic scratching of the pen was the only sound in the room, a morbid soundtrack to his internal decay. Time had lost all meaning. He didn't know how long he sat there, hunched, his shoulders aching, his heart pounding dully against his ribs. He wrote and wrote and wrote, until the words blurred into a dark, illegible mass on the page, mirroring the chaos in his head. Then, a sharp, insistent thud-thud-thud against the door startled him, jolting him back to reality. Panic gripped him. The notebook. He clutched it tightly, eyes wide, darting around the room, searching for a place to hide it. Under the pillow? No, too obvious. Under the stack of hero analysis journals? No, someone could have taken one. His gaze fell on the bottom drawer of his desk, usually reserved for spare stationery. It was the only place he could think of in his confusion. He shoved the notebook in, hearing the soft thud as it landed among scattered pens and paper clips, and slammed the drawer shut just as another, more patient knock sounded. "Midoriya?" a voice called, hoarse but familiar. It was Hitoshi. His heart pounded against his ribs. Hitoshi? Why was Hitoshi at his door? Of all people, Hitoshi was a keen, perceptive observer. He saw through people's masks, not only with his quirk, but also with his keen intellect and past experiences. His struggles with being misunderstood had given him a keen eye for hidden pain. Izuku frantically tried to compose himself, running a hand through his already disheveled hair, trying to smooth his expression into something resembling normality. He took a shaky breath, trying to calm his racing heart. "Act normal, Izuku. You're fine. Everything's fine." "I am coming," he shouted, his voice a little too high, a telltale sign of his anguish. He opened the door, flashing a weak, shaky smile. Hitoshi was standing there, looking his usual self, slightly messy purple hair, tired but intelligent eyes, a relaxed posture on his shoulders. He was wearing a simple t-shirt and sweatpants, evidently having just woken up or hadn't bothered to get ready for the day. He didn't return Izuku's smile, simply observing him with that familiar, searching gaze, scrutinizing his face, his posture, the slight tremor in his hand that Izuku was desperately trying to hide. "Hey, Shinsu-kun," Izuku managed, trying to sound casual, as if he hadn't just documented his darkest desires. "What's up?" Hitoshi's gaze shifted from Izuku's face to his slightly trembling hand, then, almost imperceptibly, to the desk drawer hastily closed behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Can I come in?" he asked, his voice flat, a statement more than a question, leaving no room for discussion. There was a silent determination in his tone. Izuku swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He hesitated for only a fraction of a second, his mind racing. Reject him? Lie to him? What would that accomplish? It would only make Hitoshi more suspicious. Besides, Hitoshi wasn't one to be easily discouraged. "Yeah, sure. Come in." He stepped aside, allowing Hitoshi to enter. Hitoshi walked past him, a silent presence. He didn't sit down immediately or say anything, just let his gaze wander around the room. It was typical Izuku style, cluttered with hero gadgets and textbooks, but there was a subtle disarray that Hitoshi noticed. The unmade bed, the slightly rumpled clothes Izuku was still wearing, the general air of haste that had permeated the room since they'd knocked. His gaze lingered for a moment on the desk, on the closed drawer, before moving away. Izuku busied himself by closing the door, then fidgeting with a loose thread on his shirt, his heart pounding frantically against his ribs. He was acutely aware of Hitoshi's presence, every nerve ending screaming. He felt exposed, vulnerable, as if Hitoshi could peer directly into his racing thoughts, the dark abyss he'd just documented. He wanted to simply disappear. Hitoshi finally broke the silence, his voice low, his eyes still fixed on Izuku, analyzing every tick, every nervous attitude. "You haven't had breakfast yet?" It was an innocuous statement, a casual observation, but Izuku's mind immediately jumped to the defensive. "Oh, no, I actually had a really big dinner last night, so I'm not very hungry." The lie came out of his mouth, smooth and studied, yet it felt like shards of glass in his mouth. He tried to project an air of casual contentment, but his inner turmoil made it impossible. Hitoshi turned to stare at him, his expression unreadable. His usually heavy-lidded violet eyes seemed to sharpen. "No, you haven't," he stated, his voice devoid of accusation, simply stating a fact. It was flat, confident, and left no room for doubt. Izuku froze. His smile faltered. His whole body tensed. "What? Of course I did. I mean, I was incredibly hungry, so I ate a lot. In my dorm." He stammered, struggling for a coherent excuse, his words piling up in a rush to sound convincing. He knew Hitoshi had been in the common room the night before, just like Aizawa-sensei. Hitoshi was always in the common room at night, observing silently, sometimes studying, sometimes simply existing, often blending into the background. He knew Hitoshi would notice his absence at dinner. He always did. A small sigh escaped Hitoshi's lips, almost imperceptible. His eyes, though still tired, had a knowing depth. He didn't need to say anything else. His look alone conveyed, "I know you didn't do it, and I know you're lying. I can see it." He didn't believe a word of Izuku's panicked inventions, and Izuku knew it. The game was over, at least as far as dinner was concerned. Now, the real question was, how much more did Hitoshi know? And what would he do about it? Silence fell in the room. Hitoshi was staring at Izuku, while the green-haired boy stared at the wall, apparently the most interesting thing in the world. Only a few minutes later, Izuku stirred and decided to sit on his bed, waiting for Shinso to say something. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the silence was broke by Hitoshi's low, hoarse voice. "You're acting strange, Midoriya." Izuku flinched, a barely perceptible tremor. He knew it. He'd tried hard to hide it, to smooth the frayed edges of his composure, but Hitoshi was too sharp, too perceptive. Not just Hitoshi, unfortunately. Hitoshi moved, taking a slow, decisive step toward Izuku. His voice, though calm, was laced with a latent frustration Izuku knew well from their days training together. I asked Aizawa. Neither of them said anything. Just, he's having a hard time, Hitoshi. Give him space. Space? You look like you're about to fly away. Izuku's heart pounded against his ribs. They know. They're worried. I'm a problem. The familiar refrain, a dissonant melody he'd hummed to himself his whole life, echoed in his mind. Hitoshi took another step, squinting, scrutinizing Izuku with an intensity that made him want to curl up and disappear. You think I haven't noticed? You're barely sleeping. I see you in the common room at 3 in the morning, staring at the wall. Your eyes have permanent shadows, darker than Aizawa's after a caffeine binge. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, clenching his fingers. He'd struggled to sleep. The nightmares were worse, or maybe just more frequent. The anxieties of the day spilled into the night, refusing to let him rest. And you're barely eating, Hitoshi continued, a hint of frustration in his voice. Last night I saw you move your dinner around on your plate, then accidentally spill it when you thought no one was looking. Don't even try to deny it. You've lost weight, Izuku. I can see it in your face. A blush crept up his neck. He wasn't trying to starve himself, not really. Food just tasted like ash. Or maybe it felt like a chore. The mere thought often sent a wave of nausea through him, especially after what had happened. You're distracted, Hitoshi insisted, each remark a speck of light that exposed Izuku's carefully constructed facade. In class, during a conversation. It's like you're there for a second, and then your eyes glaze over. You're somewhere else, miles away. And when someone tries to bring you back, you flinch as if you've been caught red-handed doing something wrong. Izuku remembered Mrs. Kiyama snapping her fingers in front of him a few weeks ago, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. He'd mumbled an apology, a pathetic excuse for tiredness. Your muttering has gotten worse, Hitoshi said, and Izuku flinched. That was a really bad sign. Before, it was hero analysis strategy. Now it's just a frantic stream of consciousness, barely audible words, as if you were arguing with yourself or trying to convince yourself of something. He was doing it. He was always trying to convince himself that he was okay, that he wasn't a burden, that he deserved to be there. That he deserved to be there. Shinso continued, How long have you been out of class? 2, 3, 4 days? Does that seem normal? Hitoshi paused, rubbing the back of his neck, his frustration turning into a potent mix of anger and hurt. And the smiles, Midoriya. The fake smiles. You always had this genuine, blinding smile, even after being punched in the face by a villain. Now it's this thin, elongated thing. You try so hard to pretend everything's okay, but you only make things worse. He let out a harsh, exasperated sigh. You're transparent, Midoriya. To me at least. Hitoshi finally approached, stopping right in front of Izuku. His gaze was steady, demanding an answer. So, seriously, what the hell is going on? Izuku kept his head down, staring at his All Might-themed socks. Hitoshi's words had hurt him, exposing every raw nerve he'd tried to protect, and that everyone was trying to destroy. He felt a tightness in his chest, a steel band compressing his lungs. But he couldn't give Hitoshi the answer he wanted. He couldn't be so selfish, he couldn't inflict his pain on anyone else, especially not Hitoshi, who deserved better than his despair. I'm fine, Izuku muttered, the words coming out of his mouth with a completely hollow sound. He finally raised his head, forcing himself to meet Hitoshi's furious gaze. He knew his eyes were probably red and tired, betraying the lie. I don't understand why everyone's so worried. The confusion in his voice was genuine. From his perspective, he was just dealing with the situation, like he always had. He was dealing with the situation. Why was it a problem? Why did anyone care? He saw Hitoshi's jaw clench, a muscle twitch in his cheek. Izuku knew that look. It was the harbinger of an explosion. He couldn't bear it. Not right now. He needed to escape, to take refuge in the silent, isolating comfort of his desperation. He rose from the bed, with a sudden, abrupt movement, and headed for the door, intending to slip past Hitoshi, to escape. But before he could take more than a step, a hand shot out, strong and firm, grabbing his arm just above the elbow. Izuku froze, his breath catching in his throat. No, Hitoshi's voice was a low growl, but it quickly rose, the sound hoarse and tinged with fury. You're not just walking away, Midoriya. His grip tightened, not painful, but unyielding. A few days ago, the whole of Class 1A found out you tried to commit suicide. The words hit Izuku like a punch in the gut. His head snapped up, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and mortification. He hadn't realized Hitoshi knew, not fully. He'd thought he'd managed to contain that particular horror. He thought only Kaken, Aizawa, Mike, and Ejiro knew. The idea that the whole class knew, that Hitoshi, Todoroki, Ida, that everyone knew, filled him with crushing shame, so deep it momentarily stole his voice. Hitoshi blurted out, his face red, his self-control completely lost. His words came out, fast and furious, a torrent of pain and rage. His hand left Izuku's arm only to JRK up and grab his collar, pulling him closer, their faces mere inches apart. Do you have any idea what that felt like, Izuku? To hear that you tried to take your own life by slitting your wrists? Hitoshi's voice was hoarse, tears glistening in his eyes, even as he fought to hold them back. You smile and say you're fine? You think that makes everything okay? You think we don't care? He gently shook Izuku, the fabric of his collar taut. You don't give a DMN about anyone, do you? You don't give a DMN about Aizawa, or Mike, or Bakugo, or me. You think your pain is yours alone, that you can just disappear without it touching us? That we won't feel it? You think we should just watch you crumble, watch you waste away, and pretend everything's okay? Izuku, despite the assault, despite the burning shame and raw pain Hitoshi was exposing, remained firm in his grip. His face was a mask of stoicism, his jaw clenched, his eyes wide but unyielding. He couldn't speak, he couldn't defend himself. He just took it. A part of him felt like he deserved it, every single word. His self-worth was so deeply intertwined with the idea of being a burden, that Hitoshi's intense anger seemed to confirm his worst fears. He was a burden, even to the people he cared about most. And if he truly didn't care, perhaps that was just another facet of his uselessness. Hitoshi stared at him, his gaze searching desperately for a glimmer of understanding, a crack in Izuku's carefully constructed indifference. But Izuku simply stared at him, his eyes expressing a silent, painful emptiness. The anger, the raw, frantic desperation, slowly faded from Hitoshi's face, leaving behind a profound weariness, a deep, aching pain. His grip on Izuku's collar loosened, his fingers opening and withdrawing as if Izuku had burned him. He took a staggering step back, his shoulders hunched. He looked at Izuku no longer with fury, but with a look so full of disappointment and pain it felt like an open wound. His voice, when it came out, was barely a whisper, broken and desolate. You're a DMN idiot, Midoriya, and if you think killing yourself is the best thing to do, you're a FING idiot. Then, without another word, Hitoshi turned and left, closing the door behind him with a soft, decisive click, leaving Izuku completely alone in the suddenly suffocating silence. The last echoing word, idiot, rang through the silent room. The adrenaline that had kept Izuku rigid, his emotions locked away, now dissipated, leaving him empty and trembling. The weight of Hitoshi's words, his anger, his pain, and that final, crushing disappointment, fell upon him. His knees buckled. He collapsed to the floor, his head in his hands, but he refused to let the tears fall. Shinsu's words became a chorus, in harmony with every other voice that had ever doubted him. You can't be a hero. You're useless, Deku. It's your fault. If only you were stronger, faster, better. The room, once his sanctuary, an altar to his idol and his dreams, now felt like a prison. All Might's smiling, muscular face shone from every poster, a stark contrast to the worthless, quirkless boy who had somehow stumbled upon his power. The figurines on the shelf weren't collectibles. They were judges, their painted eyes accusing him of inadequacy. A crushing weight settled on his chest, making it hard to breathe. It was a familiar pressure, this wave of deep, heartbreaking sadness, But tonight was different. It was final. The carefully constructed dam of self-affirmations, pep talks, and stubborn will had finally shattered under the downpour. That's right. Everyone thinks so. Everyone's too kind to say it. Kaken has always known it. All Might must regret it. Ida thinks I'm reckless. Todoroki probably just pities me. Uraraka. She's just kind. They all hate me. They have to. I'm a burden. A problem. A DMNFING idiot. His vision blurred with unshed tears as his gaze fell on his desk. There, next to a half-finished hero analysis notebook number 13, was a precision cutter he used for model making. The blade was retracted, but he knew its sharp, gleaming edge was embedded within. With a shaking hand, seemingly detached from his body, he picked it up. The cold metal of the casing was a small, tangible sensation in a world otherwise dissolving into emotional chaos. He slid the slider, and the razor blade emerged, reflecting the light from the desk lamp. A single, sharp silver line. He rolled up the sleeve of his hoodie, exposing the pale skin of his forearm. Old and recent's faint silver lines, a map of battles past with the same darkness, greeted him. He pressed the tip of the blade against his skin, a familiar, almost comforting promise of a different kind of pain, one he could control, one that would temporarily quiet his internal scream. But as he applied the slightest pressure, a deeper thought, terrifyingly simple, emerged from the noise. What's the point? A few minutes of relief? A few more scars to hide? It's never enough. It never solves the problem. I'm just tired. The thought was a quiet, calm certainty. The storm inside him wasn't raging. It was subsiding into a chilling, clear resolution. He was so tired. He lowered the blade. It wasn't about reacting. It was about stopping. The noise, the pressure, the constant, nagging fear of not being enough. Could all just stop. He put the blade down, his movements eerily calm now that the decision was made. He left his room and walked down the hall to the shared bathroom. He avoided the medicine cabinet, too obvious, too likely to be checked. Instead, he reached for the bottom shelf where he kept a small personal first aid kit. Among the bandages and disinfectant wipes was a small bottle of powerful prescription painkillers, leftovers from a rib fractured months earlier. The label warned against alcohol and operating heavy machinery. It said nothing about mingling with a bottomless pit of despair. He carried the bottle back to his room, the pills jingling inside like a small, morbid maraca. He didn't bother with the water. He sat heavily on the soft, thick All Might rug beside the bed. He loved that rug. It was soft and vibrant, a symbol of a dream that now felt like an ill-fitting costume he'd been foolish to try on. He unscrewed the cap, the sound unusually loud in the quiet room. He poured a small pile of white pills into the palm of his hand. They seemed so harmless. So simple. That was it. This was how the story of the boy who wanted to be a hero ended. Not in a blaze of glory, saving others, but alone on his bedroom floor, giving up. He raised a hand to his lips. The door swung open. Midoriya, listen I. Hitoshi's voice pierced the silence, sharp as a forced apology. He had been pacing the hallway for 10 minutes, racked with guilt. It had been too hard. He had seen Midoriya's face, that expression of shattered glass, and it had replayed in his mind until he couldn't bear it. He had come back to say he was sorry, that he didn't mean it, that Midoriya was the least idiotic person he knew. The words died in his throat. His brain tried to process the scene, to categorize it, to explain it. Izuku, sitting on the floor. His hand, near his mouth. The open, empty bottle on the carpet. The small pile of white pills in his palm. For a moment that lasted an eternity, Shinso was paralyzed. His muscles clenched, his breathing labored. It was a sight so fundamentally wrong that his mind simply refused to accept it. Then, training and a deeper, more primal instinct prevailed over the shock. He moved faster than he had ever moved in the gym. In 2 long strides, he crossed the room. His hand, usually so controlled, shot forward and struck Izuku's wrist with a loud snap, scattering the pills across All Might's carpet like toxic confetti. What are you doing? The question wasn't a question. It was a hoarse, horrified gasp. Izuku gasped, his eyes wide with a terrifying mix of shame and fear. Shinsuke, I'm fine. It's not what you think. The lie was pathetic, transparent. Tears welled up in his eyes, instantly betraying him. Don't do it, Shinso snarled, his voice shaking with a fury that was entirely directed at the situation, at the world that had brought Midoriya to this point, at himself for being the catalyst. Don't you dare lie to me. He bent down, grabbed the bottle, and read the label. His blood ran cold. Without another word, his grip moved from Izuku's wrist to his forearm, fingers tightening like a vice. Get up, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. It was the voice of someone who had seen the abyss and wouldn't let his friend fall into it. And no, please, Hitoshi, I'm sorry, I'm fine. Really, let me go. Izuku's protests dissolved into hoarse sobs. He pulled away, but Shinsu's grip was iron. The struggle was pitiful. Izuku, who could shatter concrete with a flick of his fingers, had never felt weaker. I've had enough, Shinso stated, his words low and final. I'll take you to Aizawa. Now. He began pulling Izuku toward the door. Izuku, now in tears, stumbled and resisted. No, not Mr. Aizawa. Please, he'll be so disappointed. Everyone will know. Please, leave me alone. Shinso didn't respond. He tightened his grip and kept moving, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. Sobbing, resisting Izuku, he stepped out into the hallway and headed for the common room. The journey was a nightmare. They passed some of their classmates in the common area. Yaoyorozu and Jiro looked up from their homework, their expressions shifting from curiosity to utter confusion at the sight of a grim-faced Shinso practically dragging a hysterical and crying Izuku by the arm. Shinso? Midoriya? It's everything Momo began, half rising from her chair. It's everything okay, Shinso blurted out, not slowing his pace, not meeting their gaze. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, if he had to explain, he might lose his temper. Behind him, Izuku choked on a sob, hiding his face in shame. The walk to the Aizawa office was a blur of bright lights and echoing footsteps, punctuated by Izuku's muffled sobs and Shinsu's labored breathing. He didn't knock on Aizawa's door, but pounded it with the palm of his free hand. A moment later, the door opened. Aizawa was there, dressed in his usual black sweater and pants, his hair disheveled and his eyes tired. But the tiredness vanished in an instant, replaced by a sharp clarity as he took in the scene. Shinso, pale and gloomy, clinging to Izuku, trembling and tear-stained, as if he were the only thing stopping him from being swept away. What happened? Aizawa's voice was low, immediate, and devoid of his usual lethargy. Shinso finally let go of Izuku's arm, who seemed to collapse, clutching his torso as great, heart-rending sobs shook him. Shinso handed him the bottle of pills. His hand was shaking. He took a deep, shaky breath, forcing the words out, making his report clear and clinical despite the tremor in his voice. I found him in his room, Dad. He had this. He was going to. He couldn't say it. The words, kill himself, stuck in his throat, too monstrous, too impossible to associate with the boy now crying on the floor. Aizawa's eyes shifted from the bottle to Izuku's broken body. For a split second, a deep, unfamiliar pain flashed in his dark eyes before being buried beneath a mask of unwavering calm. He took the bottle from Shinso, clenching his jaw almost imperceptibly as he read the label. Again. Third attempt in 1 week. He thought. Izuku, Aizawa said, his voice surprisingly not harsh. It was firm, gentle, but imbued with a gravity that demanded attention. Look at me. Izuku couldn't. He just shook his head, sobbing all the way to his knees. I'm so sorry. Are really sorry. Aizawa knelt in front of him, ignoring the hard floor. He didn't touch him. He remained there, a still, silent presence. Stop crying, Izuku, it's okay, Aizawa said, his words simple, direct, and sweet. You're not in trouble. Do you understand? The sobbing hiccuped, but didn't stop. Aizawa looked up at Shinso, who was standing still and rigid, his composure beginning to crumble now that the immediate danger was over. Hitoshi, you did exactly the right thing. Thank you. The praise stabbed him like a knife. Shinso nodded, unable to speak. Aizawa's gaze returned to Izuku. The crisis was contained for now. But as he looked at his troubled child, broken and sobbing at his feet, he knew they couldn't just stand there and watch. They had to do something, or sooner or later they'd find Izuku dead. Dad. Hitoshi's voice echoed through the silent office, his eyes clouded with unshed tears, and his hand, clenched into a fist, was shaking. We've all had enough. You have to send him to therapy, or sooner or later we'll find him truly dead. His words harsh but sadly true. Izuku's head snapped up, his eyes widening. No. Not therapy. Please, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I don't need it, sensei, please, please no. His voice broke, his body shaking with more sobs. Shota placed a hand on his back. Izuku flinched at the contact, a gasp escaping him, but Aizawa didn't pull away. He simply held his hand there, a silent, comforting weight. I don't need this, Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible due to the sobs racking his body. He was shaking violently now, his shoulders heaving. Tears streamed down his face, hot and embarrassing, completely blurring his vision. He buried his face in his hands, trying to muffle the sounds, but they escaped him anyway, miserable, broken sounds. I'm not broken. I don't need to be fixed. I need to be stronger. I'm fine. Izuku, Aizawa said, a low growl in his voice, devoid of anger or disappointment, only deep concern. Listen to me. It's okay. It's really okay. He looked at Shinso, who was still, his expression now softened by silent understanding. Shinso knew that feeling, the breaking point, the shame of raw emotion. Aizawa met Shinso's gaze, a silent command exchanged. Shinso nodded slightly. Hitoshi, Aizawa's voice was firm, momentarily interrupting Izuku's sobs. Go back to the dorm. Shinso didn't object. He knew when to step aside. With one last, lingering glance at Izuku's trembling body, a silent expression of empathetic concern, he turned and headed for the door. Tell Class 1, Aizawa continued, immediately returning his attention to Izuku, his hand still stroking his back, that Midoriya will be staying with me for the rest of the day. He's not feeling well, and tell them to leave him alone tonight. No visitors. Shinso nodded again, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and slipped out, closing the door gently behind him. Izuku, don't worry, it's okay not to be okay, I told you that yesterday, right? Izuku shook his head, racked by a new wave of sobs. Aizawa continued to gently slide his back, letting the boy cry. He knew this wasn't about therapy anymore, not right now. Izuku needed him right now, and he would be there, now and whenever he was needed. Boys. The hum of an unfamiliar appliance, a low, steady hum, was the first thing Izuku registered. It wasn't the distant buzz of the city he usually heard from his dorm, nor the familiar creak of his bed. The sound was closer, more NTMT, like a heartbeat in a silent room. He stirred, a heavy numbness gripping his limbs, making even the slightest movement feel like walking through thick mud. His eyelids fluttered open, then closed abruptly to shield a ray of sunlight that dared to penetrate the delicate gloom of the room. He tried again, more slowly this time, letting his eyes adjust. The world came back into focus, a blurry landscape of muted colors and soft textures. He was lying on a surprisingly soft sofa, covered by a knitted blanket that smelled faintly of cinnamon and something subtly woodsy. Above him, a high ceiling stretched, decorated with acoustic panels and a series of framed vinyl records that glinted in the ambient light. This wasn't his dorm room. It wasn't even the common room. A wave of confusion, dense and disorienting, washed over him. He sat up, his muscles protesting with a dull ache. His head spun for a moment, and he closed his eyes again, waiting for the dizziness to subside. When he opened them again, the room calmed. It was an apartment, clearly lived in, with a distinct warmth that spoke of home. The bookshelves overflowed with volumes, some neatly arranged, others haphazardly stacked. A guitar leaned against one wall, and a series of bright, almost blinding posters decorated another. Before he could properly orient himself, a voice, shrill and booming, pierced the silence. "Oh good. You're finally up, little listener." Izuku gasped in surprise and turned his head abruptly. Hisashi Yamada, better known as Present Mike, was standing a few meters away, leaning against a door, a wide, enthusiastic smile lighting up his face. His usually carefully styled, spiky blonde hair was a little wilder than usual, and he wore a soft, comfortable hoodie that contrasted sharply with his usual hero costume. The gentle warmth he radiated, however, was constant. Mike stepped away from the doorframe and stepped forward, his smile softening. "Sleep well, buddy? You were out of your mind." Izuku blinked, trying to process the situation. "Mike-sensei?" His voice was hoarse, amused. He cleared his throat. "WMI? What time is it?" Confusion was a heavy cloak around him, dampening his usually analytical mind. He felt as if he'd awakened from a dream he couldn't quite remember, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. Mike chuckled, a low rumble that didn't quite reach his usual stadium volume. "You're in my house, little listener. Shota and I, to be precise. And as for the time..." He glanced at a large retro clock on the wall, its hands pointing past 7. "It's 7:30. Dinner time, to be precise. I just finished making some of my famous katsudon. If you're hungry, of course." He gave Izuku a warm, inviting smile, completely ignoring Izuku's initial question with a studied nonchalance that made Izuku wonder if this wasn't the first time he'd found himself in such a disoriented state. Izuku frowned. 7:30? Dinner? He distinctly remembered it being. Well, he didn't remember. He only remembered waking up that morning and then. He'd started writing in his notebook and someone had knocked on his door and then nothing. The events of that morning were a blur. "Dinner?" he repeated, the words sounding strange in his mouth. But when did I get here?" He looked at Mike, his eyes wide with genuine shock. He didn't remember coming here. He didn't remember leaving the dorm to come here. He didn't remember anything. Mick's smile didn't falter, but his eyes, usually so bright, betrayed a hint of concern. "Oh, you've been here a while, kiddo. Shota brought you here this morning, said you were exhausted and that I should let you sleep. You slept all morning, lunchtime, and all afternoon. Seriously, you could give a Snorlax a run for his money." He winked, trying to lighten the mood, but Izuku could feel the unspoken, "You worried us," hanging in the air. He was suddenly aware that he was wearing a clean, oversized shirt that definitely wasn't his, and his arms were exposed. But he didn't care. Mike-sensei had known for a while now that he was hurting himself. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Mike-sensei," Izuku stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "I didn't mean to be a bother. I must have overdone it. I'm going back to my dorm." He started to get up from the couch again, feeling a renewed sense of embarrassment. Mike, however, simply waved his hand, a gentle laugh escaping him. "Nonsense, little listener. You're not a bother at all. Aizawa wouldn't have brought you here if he thought that. Besides, you're not leaving until you've eaten something hot. You probably haven't eaten properly in almost 24 hours. His tone was firm, but imbued with an undeniable warmth that made argument impossible. Izuku sank back onto the couch, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and embarrassment. "But where's Aizawa-sensei?" he asked, suddenly remembering. The thought of his stoic teacher, who usually seemed to function on 3 hours of sleep and a caffeine diet, worried enough to bring him here, and then by his absence, triggered a new wave of anxiety. Was Aizawa-sensei okay? Had something happened? "Ah, Shota." Mick's face lit up, though a faint, almost imperceptible shadow crossed his eyes. "He's just out for a bit that he needed to go talk to Hitoshi. He should be back in about an hour or so. He wanted to check on him after what happened today." He gave him a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about, kid. Just a little teacher-student chit-chat. Come on. He clapped his hands, a surprisingly quiet sound in the apartment. In the kitchen. The feast awaits. He turned without waiting for Izuku's response and stalked toward a lit door, his energy infectious even in his SBMSSV state. Izuku, still a little unsteady, followed slowly, his mind still recovering. Aizawa was talking to Hitoshi. What had happened today? He didn't remember anything from the whole morning. Why was his mind so confused? Hitoshi. Midoriya, listen. What are you doing? I've had enough. I'm taking you to Aizawa. Right now. Stop crying, Izuku, it's okay. Izuku, don't worry, it's okay not to feel well, I told you yesterday, right? Izuku, hey buddy, are you there? Izuku looked up, meeting Hisashi's green eyes. Mike's arm was on his cheek, trying to catch his attention. When did he stop? He was confused. What really happened this morning? Come on, let's go eat, okay? Hisashi smiled, placing a hand on his back and gently began to push him forward. Sensei. His voice was a barely audible whisper. What happened this morning? Hisashi didn't stop. He continued to push him forward toward the kitchen, his face impassive. He doesn't remember what happened. I knew it. Nothing, Izuku, let's go eat. The kitchen was a stark contrast to the comfortable clutter of the living room. It was sleek, modern, with gleaming stainless steel appliances and a large, uncluttered island. The air was thick with the rich, inviting aroma of fried pork cutlets, sweet and sour sauce, and freshly cooked rice. His stomach, despite his previous recklessness, growled in protest, a low rumble that only confirmed Mick's assessment. Mike had already placed a steaming bowl of katsudon on the pristine counter, along with a pair of chopsticks. There you go, little listener. Fresh from the oven. Eat as much as you want, no rush, but try to get something warm. He leaned against the counter in front of Izuku, regarding him with a casual, unhurried look, his smile returning. Izuku stared at his meal. It looked incredible, a golden cutlet perched on a bed of fluffy white rice, glistening with sauce and garnished with a sprinkling of chopped spring onions. Under normal circumstances, he would have devoured it in minutes. But deep, lingering fatigue, coupled with lingering confusion and embarrassment, had robbed him of his appetite. His stomach may have been growling a moment ago, but now it felt tight, knotted. He picked up his chopsticks, his hands strangely clumsy. He took a small piece of katsu, dipped it lightly in the extra sauce Mike had provided, and brought it to his mouth. The flavor was exquisite, crispy, tender, perfectly seasoned. It was exactly what he'd expected from something Mike-sensei had cooked. Yet, after just a few bites, the intense flavor began to become cloying, and he found himself chewing slowly, mechanically. Mike, bless his discerning heart, seemed to notice. Take your time, kiddo. No rush. The important thing is to hydrate and regain some energy. He didn't insist, he didn't push, he simply offered a comforting presence. Izuku tried. Really. He ate a few more bites, struggling to swallow, but the effort was immense. The thought of eating the entire portion, which was generous, made his stomach churn slightly. He pushed the rice back into the bowl with his chopsticks, feeling guilty again. He'd inconvenienced his teachers and now he was wasting their food. After what seemed like an eternity, he put down his chopsticks. He'd only finished a third of the katsudon. He looked at Mike apologetically. I'm really sorry, Mike-sensei, he whispered, his voice hoarse with shame. It's delicious, really, but I don't think I can eat anything else right now. Mike simply smiled. It wasn't a disappointed smile, or a surprised one. It was a kind, understanding smile, the kind that expressed no judgment, just acceptance. Don't worry, little listener. I thought so. You've been through a lot. Your body's probably still recovering. It just means more to Aizawa later. He laughed softly, already reaching for the bowl. He picked up the plate, making sure to avoid Izuku's gaze, as if to spare him further embarrassment. With expert ease, he scooped the leftover katsudon into a small airtight container, then rinsed the bowl and chopsticks, placing them in the dishwasher. His movements were efficient, unhurried, radiating an almost domestic calm that seemed profoundly out of place, yet utterly comforting, coming from this loud, flamboyant hero. As he worked, he began to speak, his voice a low, reassuring murmur, lacking the usual heroic volume. You know, when Shota brought you here this morning, you were completely exhausted. I've never seen you like this, kid. He was worried, obviously. Not that he'd ever admit it without a groan and a dramatic eye roll, but he was. He said you'd had a very difficult morning. He wanted you somewhere safe, where we could keep an eye on you without the chaos of the dorms. He paused, placing the container back in the refrigerator. He also said something about you mumbling in your sleep, something about heroes and new percentages. You really live and breathe this hero stuff, don't you? He turned back to Izuku, who was leaning against the counter again, his expression soft, almost fatherly. Izuku listened, his gaze fixed on Mike, absorbing the words like a sponge. The casual revelation of Aizawa-sensei's concern, however silent, sent a special warmth spreading through his chest, easing some of the guilt. The thought of Aizawa-sensei, the perpetually tired and seemingly indifferent eraserhead, actually caring about him, was both humbling and incredibly touching. He didn't respond, unable to find the words. What could he say? Thank you for caring about me? Thank you for welcoming me? They all felt inadequate. So, he simply listened, letting Mick's kindness carry him away. The voice washed over him, filling the silence. Mike continued, seemingly content with Izuku's silent presence. It's okay to push yourself beyond your limits, Izuku. It's part of being a hero. But it's also okay to know your limits. To rest. To let others take care of you. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders all the time. That's why we're here, you know? Us teachers. We're here to guide you, to train you, but also to make sure you don't burn out before you even begin. He dried his hands on a nearby towel, his movements slow and deliberate. Izuku nodded slowly, the words sinking in. He thought about the pressure, the immense, almost suffocating pressure he felt to live up to All Might's legacy, to master one for all, to be worthy of the quirk he'd inherited. He thought about the fear of failure, the constant push to be stronger, faster, better. Sometimes, it seemed as if he stopped, even for a moment, everything would fall apart. Mike walked out of the kitchen, motioning for Izuku to follow him into the living room. Izuku followed, feeling a little calmer, though still weighed down by fatigue and a lingering sense of unreality. He sat back on the couch, pulling back the soft blanket. You know, Mike said, settling into a large, comfortable chair across from Izuku, Shota often says you remind him of himself sometimes. The way you throw yourself into things, the way you care so much. He calls it altruistic idiocy, but underneath the grumbling, I know he means it as a compliment. A backhanded compliment, perhaps, but a compliment nonetheless. He chuckled again, a sincere, warm sound. Izuku managed a faint, trembling smile. The idea that Aizawa-sensei thought that way, let alone had something in common with his perpetually exhausted teacher, was both surprising and strangely comforting. It made him feel seen, understood, even in his quiet, confused state. The clock on the wall ticked softly, its steady beat a comforting counterpoint to the quiet hum of the apartment. Outside, the last vestiges of daylight were fading, giving way to the faint glow of dusk. Izuku felt a deep sense of peace creep over him, a feeling he hadn't realized he'd missed until that moment. He was safe, cared for, in a warm and welcoming home, surrounded by unexpected kindness. He still felt tired, deeply, fundamentally tired, but the gnawing anxiety that usually accompanied his fatigue was gone, replaced by a silent gratitude. He knew he would have to speak to Aizawa-sensei when he returned, to apologize properly, to tell him he was sorry for causing him all this trouble. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but simply to rest, to savor the feeling of warmth and safety. He could hear Mike-sensei softly humming a tune he vaguely recognized from one of his radio programs, a sweet, melodic sound that further lulled him into a state of serene calm. The outside world, with its villains, its pressures, and its endless demands, could wait. For now, there was only the quiet hum, the familiar scent of cinnamon and wood, and the unexpected, overwhelming kindness of his teachers. He opened his eyes again, and began stare at the wall in front of him, trying to remember what had happened that morning, but nothing, his mind was completely blank. He stayed there, staring at the wall, with Hisashi watching him from the doorway. And so the hour passed. The night air in the Heights Alliance teachers' dormitories was thick with an unnatural silence, broken only by the distant hum of the city and the rhythmic crunch of Shota's tired old boots on the floor. It was 9 p.m., and the day, which had felt like an entire week condensed into 14 hours, was finally coming to an end. He'd just finished a low, intense conversation with Hitoshi, shocked by the events of that morning, and had spent the whole day locked in his dorm, listening to music, his mind constantly visualizing Izuku sitting on the floor with those med pills in his hand. He had his hand on the doorknob of his dorm room, the promise of a few precious hours of sleep a distant, tantalizing mirage, when a familiar, much louder voice broke the silence. "Shota! There you are!" Hisashi was leaning against the wall, enveloped in a rare gloom. His usually cheerful eyes bore a weight Aizawa recognized instantly, worry mixed with a hint of fear. Aizawa let out a tired sigh, dropping his hand from the doorknob. "What is it, Hisashi? I'm exhausted." Hisashi pushed away from the wall, his gaze steady. "It's Midoriya. He's awake. But he doesn't remember what happened this morning." The words hung in the air, cold and heavy. Aizawa felt a jolt of ice run through his veins, chasing away the remnants of fatigue. He knew exactly what Hisashi was talking about. He'd been living it hour after hour, ever since Hitoshi had brought him the traumatized boy. "He doesn't remember?" Aizawa repeated, his voice dangerously low. "He doesn't remember anything? Hitoshi? The pills? Anything?" Aizawa closed his eyes, a phantom pain blooming behind his sternum. The third time this week. The words echoed in his mind, each syllable an open wound. Just that morning he'd received a frantic call from Hitoshi, who'd found Midoriya in his room, moments away from swallowing a handful of pills. It had been a blur of emergency calls, frantic pro-hero interventions, and then the silent, oppressive vigil while Izuku was treated. And before that, 2 other near misses, discovered by his classmates, both averted just in time. This child, this beacon of optimism and pure heroism, was silently collapsing under a weight Aizawa couldn't fully comprehend. And now, he didn't even remember. "Where is he?" Aizawa asked, his voice flat, devoid of his usual tired, drawn-out tone. All the tiredness had vanished, replaced by a cold, resolute determination. "On the couch, he's been there for almost an hour. He's barely eaten half the katsudon I made. I talked to him a bit, but he barely opened his mouth. He just listened, and then he sat on the couch and has been staring at the wall for almost an hour. Shota, he needs you. He needs to talk to someone who knows, even if he doesn't want." Aizawa didn't answer, he just turned and headed for the stairs, with Hisashi approaching him. His mind raced, cataloging information, preparing for a confrontation he knew would be delicate, yet crucial. He had to gently guide Midoriya to that memory, not to punish him, but to understand. To help him. There was a deeper, darker current at play, and Aizawa was determined to bring it to the surface. The living room was dimly lit. Izuku was a small, green-haired figure curled up on the couch, a half-empty glass of water on the coffee table beside him. He looked pale and drawn, the usual vibrant sparkle in his emerald eyes dimmed. Now, he was speaking softly to himself, or perhaps he was just lost in thought, a faint muttering on his lips. Aizawa approached slowly, Hisashi standing back at the entrance, giving them space. Izuku didn't notice him at first, still lost in his silent world. Aizawa sat in the armchair. Across from the couch, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp, observing every slight change in the boy's demeanor. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, his voice soft, a stark contrast to his usual gruff tone. He always had a soft voice when he spoke to Izuku. Izuku jumped, jerking his head up. His eyes, though still blurry, widened slightly in surprise. "Oh, Aizawa-sensei. Good evening." He offered a small, hesitant smile. I just woke up. I feel a little dizzy, but I think I slept really well." Aizawa simply nodded, absorbing the innocence, the complete absence of awareness. It was almost frightening. "Really? You've had a long day." "Really?" Izuku frowned, trying to remember. I don't remember much from this morning, actually. Did I fall asleep in class again? I'm so sorry, sensei." He straightened, a familiar wave of anxiety crossing his face. "It's Sunday," Shota replied. Izuku's face contorted even more in confusion. "Right, it's Sunday. And no, Midoriya, you didn't fall asleep in class today, or yesterday, or ever, Izawa reassured him, his gaze steady. We need to talk about what happened this morning. Izuku blinked, genuinely confused. This morning? Nothing happened this morning, did it? I woke up and studied, I think. I had breakfast. His voice trailed off, his brow furrowed in concentration, trying to grasp the missing fragments of memory. It was like watching a child grasp for smoke. Izawa leaned forward slightly. Hitoshi found you, Midoriya. In your room. At the mention of Hitoshi, a flicker of something, a shadow, crossed Izuku's face. He stiffened, a slight tremor running through his small frame. His eyes glazed over, staring into space, as if he saw something Izawa couldn't. Then it happened. A ragged breath escaped Izuku's throat, raw and sudden. His eyes widened, clarity and something far more terrifying flooding them. The color drained from his face, leaving it ashen. His hands began to shake, his whole body trembling. He remembered. Everything. The desperation, the crushing weight, the pills in his hand, Hitoshi's terrified face, everything. A dam broke. Oh God, Izuku whispered, a strangled sound, barely audible. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Then, his voice broke, rising in pitch as if a torrent of words, long suppressed, were finally being released. It was real. It wasn't a dream. The voice wouldn't stop. It kept telling me that I'm weak, that I'm useless. Every day. It torments me. Why do I even try? Why do I exist? His hands flew to his head, clutching his green curls as if trying to physically contain the torment within. Tears streamed down his face, hot and fast, soaking his cheeks. I feel so weak, sensei, he sobbed, his voice laced with unbearable self-loathing. So incredibly weak. I hate it. I hate feeling like this. I hate myself. Why do you care? Why do you care about me? I'm just a stupid, useless, quirkless imposter. This quirk isn't even mine. It's not mine. All Might. He gave it to me. He only gave it to me because he took pity on me. Because I was crying like a child, pathetic and useless, and he just took pity on me, and now I have to become stronger because I need to defeat All for One, but am not strong that I am not. The last words exploded from him, raw and utterly devastating. The impact was immediate. As soon as the words left his mouth, Izuku's eyes widened, his hands moving from his hair to his mouth, covering the confession as if he could physically force the words back. His breathing became labored, his body shaking violently, a mixture of terror and regret etched across his face. He looked like a trapped animal, trapped in a trap of his own making. Izawa felt a cold, hard knot form in his stomach. Every line on his face hardened, his eyes narrowed to slits. His mind, usually so adept at processing information, seemed to be trying to decipher an impossible puzzle. Quirkless imposter. Not his quirk. All Might had given it to him out of pity. What did you say, Midoriya? Izawa's voice was low, cutting through the silence like a razor, each word precise and cold. Izuku gasped, his body jerking. He shook his head frantically, tears still flowing freely. And nothing. It's not true. Nothing I said is true, sensei. It's not true. I just said nonsense. I was shocked. Don't you dare lie to me, Izawa growled, his patience wearing thin. He stood, his tall, imposing frame casting a long shadow over the boy. The usual weariness in his eyes was replaced by a dangerous intensity. Midoriya, your quirk has something to do with All Might, right? It's All Might's quirk, right? The question hung heavy in the air, a final, inescapable truth. Izuku froze, his hands still pressed to his mouth, his eyes wide and terrified, staring at his teacher. He said nothing. The silence stretched on, thick with unspoken truths and mounting terror. In that silence, Izawa understood. He didn't need verbal confirmation. The absolute stillness, the absolute terror in Izuku's eyes, the way his shoulders hunched as if the weight of the world had just fallen upon him. It was all the answer Izawa needed. Every strange anomaly, every inexplicable display of strength followed by a devastating wound, the sudden, uncontrolled power, the sudden emergence of a riddle in a seemingly clueless child. It all fit together with terrifying clarity. Aizawa felt a surge of icy fury, not toward Izuku, but toward the deception, toward the adults who had allowed that child to carry such a terrifying secret and such a dangerous burden alone. That All Might, the symbol of peace, would put a child, his son, through this. I understand, Aizawa said, his voice dangerously low, though it vibrated with barely contained rage. He turned, already striding toward the common room entrance. I'll go see All Might right away. Hearing the name and the determination in Aizawa's tone, Izuku let out a heart-rending sob. He leaped off the couch, tripping over his own feet, desperate to stop him. No. Please, Sensei, no, he screamed, tears welling up again, his voice hoarse with panic. He lunged forward, clutching the edge of Aizawa's capture weapon, his small hands clutching the fabric desperately. Don't go. Please. All Might? All Might will be so mad. He'll be mad at me. Please. Please don't tell him anything. He'll hate me. He'll take my quirk away. I don't want him to be mad. His pleas were raw, born from a deep fear of rejection and the anger of the man he idolized more than anyone. Aizawa, however, didn't falter. Simply kept walking, dragging Izuku with him, the boy clinging to his capture scarf like a lifeline. He wasn't indifferent to Izuku's pain, but his resolve was ironclad. This secret, this immense, dangerous secret, had been harbored long enough. He had pushed his student to the brink, 3 times in a week. It was time for answers. Let go of me, Aizawa commanded in a firm voice, but Izuku clung tighter, his small body shaking uncontrollably. The quirk is mine, Sensei. I swear. It's mine. Not All Might's. It became mine. I swear. Please don't go. Don't think it's his. It's mine now. Izuku's words spilled out, a desperate, frantic attempt to regain control of the narrative, to protect himself, to protect All Might. Aizawa didn't stop. He didn't look back. He simply kept walking, dragging the small, sobbing boy behind him, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, toward the inevitable confrontation. The truth, as ugly and painful as it was coming out. Shut up, Aizawa said in a flat, emotionless voice, a final, unyielding command as they entered the silent streets of Yue. Izuku, still breathless, didn't shut up. He continued to cry, desperate and terrified. No. No, please, Sensei, don't do it. It's not true. I didn't mean it. I was lying. Please don't tell him, he'll be so disappointed, I'll be expelled. Please, Sensei, I'm sorry, I was lying. His grip tightened, desperately trying to stop Shota. It's not real. Tadis, one for all, it's mine now. It's just, Sensei, please, don't go, he's gonna hate me. Aizawa turned and grabbed Izuku's arm, trying to pry his hands off the capture weapon. Spare him, Midoriya. I'm going to talk to him anyway, whether you want me to or not. The walk to Yagi's room was agonizing. For Aizawa, it was a silent, chilling march, each step fueling his righteous indignation. For Izuku, it was an agonizing procession of shame and terror. He staggered behind Aizawa, his legs threatening to give out, his body shaking. Tears streamed down his face, his denial a broken record of, "It's not true, Sensei, please, it's not true, don't tell him, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." He tugged at Aizawa's sleeve, begging in a desperate whisper, his voice hoarse and raspy, but Aizawa didn't turn, his gaze fixed straight ahead, an unyielding monolith of grim determination. Finally, they reached All Might's door. Aizawa didn't bother knocking. The door was open, a common oversight for the peace sign. He opened it, revealing a surprisingly domestic scene. Toshinori Yagi, in his emaciated form, was sitting at a small desk, seemingly busy grading papers, though he seemed more immersed in the mysteries of the universe. All Might looked up, his perpetually wide smile faltering as he saw Aizawa's face, etched with barely contained fury. Then his eyes fell on Izuku, who was clinging to the doorframe, sobbing uncontrollably, his face red and splotchy, utterly terrified. The smile vanished completely. Aizawa? Young Midoriya? What's going on? All Might's voice held a note of genuine concern, but also a growing realization that something was wrong. Aizawa entered the room, dragging Izuku with him, though the boy tried to resist, whimpering and shaking his head. Aizawa released his hold, and Izuku immediately retreated against the wall, shrinking into himself, trying to become invisible. "What's going on?" Aizawa repeated, his voice dangerously low, each word laced with venom that made All Might flinch. "I'll tell you what's happening, Yagi. My quirkless student, just broke down and told me about the voice he hears every day in his head. He told me about your quirk. How it's not his. The voice. The voice he hears is because he lives in terror. He is destroying his body and lying to everyone, including me, because you decided to play God with a child's life." All Might paled. His gaunt face seemed to shrink even further, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and growing horror. "Shota, I can explain." "Explain what, Yagi?" Aizawa snapped, his voice finally losing its dangerous silence, transforming into a full-throated growl. "Explain why you thought it was a brilliant idea to unload the world's most powerful quirk on a boy who's never had one, and then keep it a secret? Explain why Midoriya moves as if he's constantly on the verge of shattering? Explain the self-inflicted wounds, the constant tension, the fear I see in his eyes every single day because he's terrified of disappointing your legacy, your power, your impossible expectations." Taking a step toward All Might's desk, his dark eyes blazing. "Look at him, Yagi." Aizawa gestured sharply at Izuku, who pressed himself even further against the wall, groaning louder, silently begging Aizawa to stop. "He's a wreck. He thinks he'll be expelled, he thinks he failed you, he thinks he failed because you put a burden on him that no child should ever have to bear." All Might finally rose from his chair, his hands raised in a conciliatory gesture, though his face was marked by self-reproach. "Shota, please, you don't understand the full context. To us. A necessary choice. He was worthy." "Worthy?" Aizawa snapped, his tone bitter and humorless. "Worthy of what? Of living a lie? Of constant physical pain? Of the psychological torment of carrying a secret that could destroy him and everyone around him? You, the great symbol of peace, put a target on a child's back and then blindfolded him. Did you ever consider the child in all this, Yagi, or just the next heir to your Dmed power?" The words hung heavy in the air, thick with accusation and pure rage. All Might slumped, as if the air were leaving him. "No," he whispered, his voice hoarse, his gaze falling to his hands. "No, you're right, Shota. Izuku. I'm so sorry, young Midoriya." But Izuku didn't hear him. Aizawa's fury, the sudden revelation of his dearest secret, All Might's shocked face. It was all too much. His world was falling apart. He had broken the only sacred rule, ruined everything, disappointed the two most important heroes in his life. It had been a mistake, a burden, a failure. The shame and terror, pure and overwhelming, were suffocating him. His heart was pounding against his ribs. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. All he felt was an animalistic urge to run away, to disappear, to cease to exist. As Aizawa continued to scold All Might with a harshness Izuku had never seen before, the boy saw his chance. He ran. He didn't think, he didn't plan. He just ran. Out the door, down the hallway, bare feet thumping on the linoleum. The sound of Aizawa's voice, high-pitched and alarmed, calling, "Midoriya!" Izuku, stop, followed him, but it only pushed him faster. He heard rapid footsteps behind him, but they were light, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate need for oblivion. He ran down the stairs, taking them two at a time, his body pounding with panic. He heard Aizawa curse, felt his teacher's heavier, more determined footsteps trying to keep up. But Izuku, for all his fragility, was surprisingly fast when he was terrified. He rushed out of the dorm and into the cool night air of the UA campus. Aizawa emerged moments later, scanning the dark ground. "Midoriya," he roared, but the boy was already a blur, disappearing into the shadows cast by the moonlit trees. Aizawa activated his quirk, his eyes glowing red, scanning, but Izuku was small, fast, and disappeared too easily into the labyrinthine paths of the vast schoolyard. Izawa chased after him, his heart pounding against his ribs, a cold terror gripping him. He had lost sight of the boy. An hour later, the terror had solidified into a searing dread. Izawa had searched every inch of the campus, his calls unanswered, his tracking quirk useless against a moving target. Izuku, frail and terrified, was gone. He returned to the dorms, his face grim, and immediately called Mike. "Hisashi, I need you here. And gather class 1A, code red." Mick's usually boisterous voice was laced with concern. "Shota? What's wrong? What happened?" "Midoriya ran away," Izawa said, his voice dry and emotionless, a thin shield over the rising panic. "He's been missing for an hour. I can't find him." Within 15 minutes, the common room filled with a sleepy, confused, but quickly alert Class 1A, along with a wide-awake and worried present Mike. Their faces reflected a range of emotions: confusion, fear, determination, as Izawa quickly and concisely explained the situation, omitting the delicate details of why Izuku had run away, simply stating that he was in distress and had run away. "He's emotionally vulnerable," Izawa explained, scanning their faces. "He's terrified. We have to find him. Search teams. Kirishima, Ida, Bakugo, you with Mike. Todoroki, Shiro, Hitoshi, you with me. The rest of you in pairs, cover the perimeter. Spread out but stay in contact. If you see him, don't approach him alone if he seems agitated. Call me immediately. Don't do anything. Just observe." Bakugo, surprisingly, remained silent, his usual grumpy bravado replaced by a tight-lipped grimace. He knew Deku better than anyone, he knew his fragility. His eyes expressed a mixture of anger and genuine concern. "Everyone get out," Mike ordered, his voice serious, his quirk suppressed so as not to frighten anyone. The search began. It was a silent, somber operation under the cold, relentless moonlight. They scattered across the vast UA. The campus and surrounding urban areas, an army of young heroes in training, their sleepy eyes scanning every shadow, every alley, every park bench. Izawa, driven by a self-imposed guilt that was quickly becoming unbearable, worked tirelessly, his quirk active, his senses sharpened, his mind racing through every possible scenario, each more terrifying than the last. Hours passed. The initial urgency began to give way to a creeping desperation. The campus was thoroughly searched. The nearby residential areas yielded no results. The sky began to lighten with a faint hint of pre-dawn gray. It was almost 4 a.m. "Anything new, sensei?" Todoroki's calm voice crackled in Izawa's earpiece, but it held back a tremor of tiredness and worry. "Still nothing," Izawa replied, his voice hoarse, his throat raw from calling for Izuku for hours. He was walking alone now, having sent Todoroki, Shiro, and Hitoshi to regroup closer to campus, his search taking him further into the silent, sleeping city. He felt as if he were disappointing Izuku again, just as he had in that bedroom. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the road ahead. Then, a flicker of movement, overhead. A dark silhouette against the lightening sky. Izawa stopped abruptly, raising his head. His eyes, already tense, narrowed. On the edge of the tallest building in the cluster of office blocks, a figure sat, legs dangling precariously. Punch. Unmistakable. Izuku. A wave of dizzying relief washed over Izawa, immediately followed by a chilling wave of pure terror. He was so high. Too high. Again. "Midoriya!" Izawa shouted, his voice cracking, the name coming out of his throat. He ran toward the building, his pace frantic. He felt his heart pounding against his ribs, a frantic beat of fear. "Izuku, get down from there. Can you hear me? Get down now." Izuku didn't move. He simply sat there, a tiny, desolate speck, watching the city awaken beneath him. Izawa reached the base of the building, searching for an entrance, a way up. He found a service door, forced it open and began climbing, taking the steps 2 at a time, his body burning with the effort and desperate urgency. Each floor felt like a kilometer. His breath caught in his throat, his mind screaming at him to go faster. Finally, he burst through the roof door, swinging it open with a clang that echoed in the pre-dawn silence. The wind hit him immediately, cold and biting. Izuku was still there, perched on the ledge, his back to Aizawa. He looked utterly desolate, a small figure swallowed up by the vastness of the sky. "Izuku!" Aizawa called again, his voice softer this time, but still urgent, laced with a plea. He took a hesitant step forward, keeping his distance, not wanting to startle the boy. "Move away from the edge. Please. Let's talk." Izuku slowly turned his head, his face pale and tear-streaked, his eyes bloodshot and lifeless. He looked at Aizawa, but it was as if he were looking right through him, as if Aizawa wasn't really there. "Why?" Izuku's voice was a whisper, carried on the wind, barely audible. Why don't you just let me die?" Aizawa froze. The air left his lungs again, but this time it was with a different kind of shock, a deeper, colder terror. The words hit him like a physical blow, worse than any punch. He knew Izuku was suicidal, but he didn't think he'd ever have to hear those words again. His professional calm, his anger, his exhaustion. Everything vanished, replaced by a burning, protective instinct. He was his student. He was a child, broken and in pain, teetering on the edge of an irreversible void. "No!" Aizawa's voice was a hoarse, guttural cry. "No, Izuku, absolutely not." He didn't think, he didn't hesitate. He simply moved. He lunged forward, in a desperate rush of speed and adrenaline. Izuku, startled by the sudden movement, gasped, his body tensing, his eyes widening as he felt Aizawa's charge. He was too slow to react, too immersed in desperation to comprehend the intent. Aizawa reached the edge in a flash, his hand lashing out, fingers closing around Izuku's slender wrist just as the boy's body tilted, just as he began to lean forward. Aizawa's grip was iron. He pulled, pouring all his strength into that desperate push. Izuku cried out, a small, muffled sound of surprise and protest, his body suddenly weightless before being swept abruptly, unceremoniously, off the edge, away from the abyss. He landed on the cold concrete roof, panting, shaking, his eyes wide and blank. Aizawa collapsed beside him, his body shaking, not from the exertion, but from the terrifying proximity to disaster. He pulled Izuku into his arms, holding him tightly, cradling the small, fragile body against his chest, feeling the frantic beating of his heart. "Never," Aizawa whispered, his voice hoarse with unshed tears and raw emotion, burying his face in Izuku's soft green hair. "Never, Izuku. Never. Can you hear me? Never." Izuku, still shaking, still crying, didn't respond, but he didn't pull away either. She clung to Aizawa, her small hands clutching the hero's capture weapon, sobbing uncontrollably. "I found him. Stop searching." Shota's voice rang through everyone air pieces. "Where was he?" Mike was worried, terrified. "In the roof, I'll be there in a bit, stay calm." And with that, he removed the earpiece, focusing only on Izuku, still shaking and sobbing in his arms. "Dad, we've had enough. You have to send him to therapy, otherwise sooner or later we'll find him truly dead." Hitoshi was right, he knew it, but he didn't want to force Izuku to do something he didn't want to do, but they couldn't go on like this either. "I'm sorry, Izuku."